Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody.
Hello, how are you? Hmm? How are you? Hello, how are you? We're starting with React. Let me see. Been recommended to watch this, so we are going to. We're starting with watch this. React. We're going to see why. Let me see. The progressive warrior. Recommended to watch this. Bonsoir. Hello, Ruse. You're white, Ruse. I cannot believe. Of all people, you should not be white. You, of all people, should not be white. So, Briana Wu used to be in Progressive Victory, a warrior for progressiveness against the evil trans people that hinder the progress. So, Briana Wu. I slept for 4 hours or so today. A warrior for progressiveness against the evil trans people that hinder the progress. Oh, thank you for the $20. But I slept for 4 hours or so. But you're still white because you have to. You have to. Oh, thank you for the $20. Do a subscription. But oh my god, echo. Okay, now I got rid of the echo. Apologies for the echo. Nobody even noticed that there is an echo. Nobody's listening to my audio? Okay. So you have to do the subscription to change color to not be white anymore. I think we might have already had this discussion once. Okay, let's see. Oh, apologies. That's my fault. I'm sorry. But thank you so much for the $20 nonetheless. It helps me greatly in my goal to prepare for Ukraine. Okay, let's see. Briana Wu, the person who's supposedly so progressive, such a serious political progressive activist speaks out against woke madness. Briana Wu. Briana Wu, not VTuber. Okay, let's start. Let's just jump into it. No point in procrastinating any further.
I used to think you were completely full of shit when you talked about cancel culture, and now they've run this playbook on me.
Oh no. Ooh, what is this trigonometry? Hello, what is this channel? What is this channel even? I want to check them out before I even start watching this. Briana Wu, the ultimate progressive politician. Isn't there an About Us? No. A free speech YouTube show and podcast. We believe in open fact-based discussion of important and controversial issues. Comedians. Okay. Fascinating guests. Former presidential advisors. Journalists. I wanna see what their content is like. Get good viewership. Oh. So I guess they hosted the Gorka thing. I see. Someone that said that Briana wouldn't have tried to become a feminist if it wasn't for the fact that she was a trans woman, given how she grew up in a conservative environment. Who said that? However they were, I believe them to be correct.
Oh, Barry!
Oh, thank you for the $20 to match this energy, and for Lucy's Stream Ukraine trip. Thank you. Thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so is she even a feminist now? Briana Wu? Okay, never mind, let's just watch.
The fact that the progressive fringe is now standing with the literal fucking terrorists, like,
The left fringe is standing with. That is such a nice framing. I don't even know what the left fringe means. I'm not even sure what this is supposed to mean. Am I of the left fringe? I consider myself to be pretty left wing. Am I on the fringe?
like, what the hell are we thinking? Look at what we're doing with the trans children debate.
Oh, trans children debate. Where's Briana Wu on the trans children debate?
What is the progressive left's answer to any parent that has a question on any of that?
I mean, you could say that about anything. You could say that about any issues. Oh, what's the answer of the...
Oh, Barry!
Oh my god, Red Rose, thank you for the tier 4 subscription. Thank you. Thank you so much for the tier subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Well, this stream is up to a good start, I think. Thank you. My goodness. It's okay. Whatever height you can reach is the perfect height from my perspective. Thank you. Okay, so as I've started saying, like you could say it about, like, let's just listen to her again.
Progressive left. Look at what we're doing with the trans children
Look at what we're doing with the gay debate.
debate. What is the progressive left's answer
What is the progressive left's answer
to any parent that has a question on any of that? It is
that has, to any parent that has question about their children's gayness? You could do that about anything, about any issue that is, you know, in the past you could do that about being gay. What are we doing about the gay debate?
is shut the fuck up. We've got to move back to science and back to reality. People
What does that mean? We have to move back to science and back to reality? Because I genuinely don't know what that means. What that is supposed to mean. What science and what reality? Like, those are such empty statements. Those are such vague and empty statements. You know? Like, it's as empty as it can get. You can insert anything here. You can basically insert any meaning here. You know? You know what I mean? You can answer like apologies. Technical issues. One time I was talking to a woman who was confused about why her child was so mild-mannered at home but acting out in school. Some parents simply cannot understand that their children are afraid of them and we hide things from them. They won't have to ask these questions if they were friendlier with their kids or if they communicated. You know? Communicated with their children. Communication is key. Actually, communication is key not just with children but you know, but in general, communication is key.
Perceive progressives as assholes. A decade ago, during Gamergate, people thought the white male gamers were the assholes. I've got news for you. Today, it's trans Twitter, it's socialist Twitter.
I'm sorry, what?
As assholes.
This,
a decade ago, during...
I don't know. To me, Briana Wu is just incomprehensible. It's just saying a lot of vague nonsense, and it's just... What am I supposed to get from this? What am I supposed to exactly even take away from these statements so far?
Gamergate, people thought the white...
Of course, Gamergate. I've heard she's obsessed with Gamergate, but literally I think that's the only thing she can talk about, Gamergate. Gamergate was a very tired topic years ago. In 2024, I don't know if anybody talks about Gamergate apart from her. Gamers don't have to be your audience. Gamers are over. Jesus Christ.
Male gamers were the assholes. I've got news for you. Today, it's trans Twitter, it's socialist Twitter, it's...
What the hell is trans Twitter? What the hell is socialist Twitter? Like, again, these are such vague terms that are meaningless. Trans Twitter? Am I part of the trans Twitter? I'm trans. I sometimes write on Twitter. Am I part of trans Twitter? It makes no sense.
It's terrorist sympathizer Twitter. It's us.
What? It's us?
Socialist Twitter. It's terrorist sympathizer Twitter.
What the fuck is terrorist sympathizer Twitter? And then at the end, it's us.
It's us.
That last one is just like, what? It's us? What the hell does that mean? It's us.
Briana, well, welcome to Trigonometry. We've been working on this interview. We've got a bunch of questions to ask you, but first of all...
I've got so many questions based just on that intro. Oh, hello, Lavender Corpse. Wait. Hello. Have I seen you here before? Oh my gosh, I have to pause this and I have to ask you because I feel like, I don't know, Alt? Reverse Alt? Oh. Don't think so? So are you new here? If you're new here, then tell me, how did you find the stream? What do you like about this stream? What do you dislike about this stream? And also, you know, what other streamers do you watch? Not life story. These are a couple of simple questions. Okay? Also, why are you white? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. No answer? Not interested? Maybe I scared Lavender Corpse away from responding. Hello, fake Alec Cal Parker. Talk a bit to some new static. Learned that you still do Ukraine coverage. Was curious. Oh, what other streamers do you watch? Lavender Corpse. So Static brought you here. I understand.
Lots of people told you not to come on the show.
Oh my God.
What even is this show? Whatever.
I announced this, what was it, 2 days ago? And my DMs have been nothing but people calling you transphobes and Nazis and racists. And
Oh, so they're probably right wing or something. Is that a right wing show? Trigonometry. What a name. I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to be at this point. Crying about wokeness, about reality, about trans and terrorist sympathizer Twitter. Westside Tyler used to watch Vosh, that kind of thing, if strictly political. Okay. Do you watch any Ukraine coverage channels? Or no? Do you watch any channels that cover Ukraine? Okay. Sure is. Not really, no. Oh. Wait, so why were you interested in my Ukraine coverage if you don't really watch any Ukraine coverage? Yes, Ukraine is still in war with Russia. That's, yes. Centrists? Okay.
I'm always like, can you show me a clip of what they've said to like make you feel that way? It's always the most silly thing. It is, I don't know. It's like
Just
no one
me doing a Hitler salute.
Yes, exactly that.
Silly.
Yeah.
What? Okay. You see the point in trying to... It's gonna give up on you and get pushed back. What?
Yeah,
Stuff
the
like that.
KKK costume,
Yeah.
I think, was a little
Well,
much.
look, it was a nice
maybe.
party.
Yeah.
What can you say? But anyway, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. I'm
It's
really
great to have
honored.
you. I've been following a lot of the things you've been saying recently, and it was very interesting for us to get you on the show to talk about them because I don't know if you saw, I wrote an article very shortly after October 7th for the Free Press called "The Day the Delusions Died."
Wow.
What are the delusions that died? Exactly.
And my argument was that I thought that it was no longer possible for a lot of good people on the left to pretend that the extremes of the left were not going off the rails.
Yeah.
And you
I mean, sure, extreme go off the rails, but what does that mean for the broader left-wing movement? At least the fringe left does not dictate the policy of the entire left, which actually cannot be said about the right wing, especially currently.
were someone who is outright progressive,
Yep.
Democrat progressive.
You know? Like the GOP is taken over by the fringe. At least the Democratic Party, as far as I know, is not taken over by the fringe, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Raising money to fight Trump and all
My
the rest
literal job is to get Democrats elected.
of it. Right.
Like,
Well,
I'm on the team.
Yes, you're on the team.
amazing. Well, you're not doing a very good job since you've been canned from Progressive Victory.
And I see you now being one of the very few people who's willing to stand up against the anti-Semitic extremes on your own side. Not just anti-Semitic, but there's also large elements of anti-whiteness and all
Sure.
sorts of other stuff going
Yeah.
on there. So why have you suddenly taken this
Anti-whiteness. I'm anti-white, which is why Lavender Corps should stop being white immediately.
position?
I think the better question is where the hell is everyone else? This is the most obvious moral position.
What does that mean? Like, I hated that the moment she opens her mouth, it's only empty platitudes. Empty, vague platitudes. All the time.
entire world to take. Like Hamas, these are not good people. Hezbollah, the Houthis, these are not good people. So the fact
Okay. Sure.
that the progressive fringe is now standing with the literal fucking terrorists, like, what the hell are we thinking? This is not very difficult. So for me, it's really been a realization because
Like, this is... And I see her doing this. I've seen her doing this in the past. I've seen her friends do this. They will take these fringe positions and they will sort of project it on the rest of the left wing.
there have been so many things over the last decade that I've just shut my mouth about and I've gone along with. And it's really at a point now.
Yeah. It's like in that secret chat that leaked when you said that you shut up about the non-binary people that are trying to take over the ship of transness. Yeah, I know. That's one of those things that you just shut up about.
Where it's gut check time. This is principles time. Whose team are you on? Are you on
Principles time.
team democracy or are you on team burn everything down? And it's been...
Okay, what does that mean? Are these the choices, really? Team democracy and team burn everything down? What kind of simpleton logic is that?
really disillusioning to see just how few people on my own side have principles. I always thought that what...
Again, every time she opens her mouth, it's just empty platitudes. Principles. What principles? Everybody has principles.
we were doing was about making the world better. And it's been very eye-opening to see it's actually about personal power.
Well, I'm going to ask you a question that will sort of sound a little bit like, and I told you so or anything, but it's not.
I mean, it's totally not about personal power for you and fame and clout and recognition. It's all totally not about that for you.
Tended in that
Sure.
way. I guess a lot.
Miss, I had no choice but to work for a segregationist in the past, because how else was I supposed to chug along?
A lot of people who are in our position, Francis and I both always thought of ourselves as liberal and on the left, and we worked in a very progressive comedy industry in the UK. And what happened with us is we said what you're saying now 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And we became, you know, Nazi terror.
And to be
far-right.
fair, I was part of the crowd that was shouting you down and calling you those names.
Right.
And I'm sorry.
No, well, you weren't
Yeah.
shouting me down personally, but
I'm talking about people
yeah.
like you saying that stuff.
Right.
Yeah, that's because your principles, quote unquote, just are like a flag on the wind. Whatever direction the wind blows, you go.
So I guess
Whatever you think will get you most capital, personal power, you will sort of follow that. Simple.
I'm curious what you think is going to happen, first of all, with you now, because it's sort of the way it has happened today is anyone who was willing to challenge that fringe that you're talking about, which is anti-Western, it's anti-male, it's anti-white, it's
That's right.
anti-Jewish, etc.,
Anti-Western, another empty slogan.
would say what you're saying, what we've been saying for years, and they would immediately become evil, right-wing, Nazi, far-right, etc. And that's kind of it. And no one else would stand up and say anything.
That's right.
As has happened. So what are you expecting?
It's just such an empty conversation so far. Like nothing concrete is being said, nothing specific is being said. Who are they talking about?
To happen?
Well, I've lost more friends than I can count, right?
That's okay. That's great.
So I'm very much trying to make new friends. I think the
That's, you can interpret this in many ways.
long-term path of this is progressivism and socialism in the United States. It's a cultural dead end. This is not going to go anywhere.
Oh, progressivism is a dead end.
There's no universe where like progressives win power and manage to get a ton of Congress, you know, congressional seats and pass the legislation that I believe in. It is devolved into exactly as you say, a bunch of culture war nonsense. There's no...
I told you, see? It's exactly as I told you. She's taking the fringe positions and she's projecting it onto the whole idea of progressivism. That things that are progressive are just a dead end because people with fringe extreme positions exist. That is brilliant. That is just an amazing, great, amazing, cool, even.
Not about policy, and now literally siding with terrorists. So, you know, I've had so many conversations with friends about this because every single progressive activist that I know is really frustrated with this destructive...
But you just said that progressiveness is a dead end. And now you talk about your frustrated progressive friends. So which is it?
...tendency that we have. And all of us are going...
You think like your progressive friends are a dead end? Just call them that.
Can we do? You know, your industry has audience capture where you kind of get into a lane and you can't challenge your own audience because your numbers will drop. I think in the progressive space, there's very much the same thing where there's this tendency to go lefter and lefter.
What is the progressive space? Since you just quoted your progressive friends that are frustrated, are they not part of the progressive space?
and lefter and lefter. And now we're at a point where we can't even say things like trans women don't have periods without people getting really upset about that. Look at my mentions literally right now. So someone's got to stand up and go, this is not right. This is crazy town. I didn't get into progressive politics to talk about trans women having periods. I got into progressive...
Well, then don't talk about it. You say you don't want to talk about it, and then you do. You just mentioned your mentions. I really don't want to talk about it, but, you know, my mentions on Twitter. If you really didn't want to talk about it, you wouldn't talk about it. And you just talk about the politics.
Politics to pass fucking healthcare.
This is so stupid.
So we're either serious about course correcting on this cultural dead end.
You know what you do when you don't want to talk about something? You don't talk about something. You don't talk about it. That's it. It's that easy. It's that easy not to talk about something when you don't want to. Sincerely.
Or Donald Trump and MAGA are going to win everything, and the pain for the Democratic Party is going to be extreme. We've got to start...
Yes, it's totally fault of progressivism that if Donald Trump is going to win.
Talking more to people in the middle, and we need to be reaching out to sane Republicans, in my view.
Briana, don't you think part of the problem is when it comes... Look, and both sides suffer with this, but I think the left suffer with this more. It's this purity ritual that you have. You have to... You are not left unless you do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, da, 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 da. And
what are the A, B, C, D, E, F, G? That's a pretty important thing. What are these things?
all of a sudden, the moment you challenge one of those tenets, you're out.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, but what are the tenets, quote unquote? That is a pretty important question. You know? Yeah, if someone sort of breaks the tenet of certain groups of people deserving basic decency and basic rights, then yeah, I think they should be out. That's right, even if it's a tenet that they break. So I think I don't know. I think it will honestly depend on what those tenets are, no?
I mean, again, look at my mentions. You can see this firsthand. It's not enough to, like, I am as progressive as you can get.
No, you're not. Is this a joke? How can you say that you're as progressive as you can get when you were joking about a trans woman being manly or something in your private chat? You're as progressive as it gets? That's very depressing. Saying, like...
Universal health care. I want structural solutions to heal this gaping wound of racism that's existed in our country since slavery.
What are these solutions? Of course you're gonna say, because you're just... all you can do is empty platitudes. Vague, empty platitudes.
You know, name a progressive policy. I'm very much in favor of it. But when it comes to the optics, right, we've got to start having more serious conversations about how people perceive us. People perceive progressives as assholes. Mm-hmm. That's just the truth. A decade ago during...
Who perceives progressives as assholes? Who? Who are those people that perceive progressive as assholes? You just said you have friends that are progressive, that are frustrated with things. Are those people perceived as assholes? Who are the people that are perceived as assholes? Like, this is literally a comeback to the anti-SJW era. We're looping back. We're back. 2016 is back. We're haunted. We're cursed.
Gamergate, people thought
there's no escape.
White male gamers were the assholes. I've got news for you. Today, it's trans Twitter, it's socialist Twitter, it's terrorist sympathizer.
Whatever these things even mean.
Twitter, it's us. We're the ones doxing people. We're the ones sending death threats. We're canceling everyone in sight. And at the end of the day, people are not going to trust assholes with power. I'm sorry. It's just...
That is such That is such an incoherent ramble. I'm sorry.
It's the truth.
And you said at the start of this conversation something that I found very interesting. You basically said that you had reservations about things that had happened before
Yes.
October 7th. What were those things that you shut your mouth over? And
There you go. Please get into specifics of anything, please. Please do it. I'm begging.
Part of that question is, do you regret it now, seeing what it's become?
I definitely do. So let me give you a really specific example.
Yes, please. For once, give us a specific example.
I was running for Congress in 2018, right? You had the Women's March, and you had elements of the Women's March that were out there with this pro-Palestine, anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic nonsense.
So pro-Palestine is inherently anti-Jewish and anti-Semitic, and pro-Palestine is inherently nonsense. Got it. Got it. That is such a logical and well thought out position.
Very anti-Israel and veering into the most anti-Semitic language that you could possibly have. That was wrong. I made the decision to keep my mouth shut, which was a tremendous error in judgment. And because people like me
What is this pose?
shut up in those years, it kept getting worse. And those seeds kept growing, and now it's basically taken over the entire progressive movement.
What? This is... I'm sorry. What did you just say? Are you joking? What has taken... Anti-Semitism has taken the entire progressive movement? Is that what you're saying? Anti-Jewishness has taken over the entire progressive movement? True. That is true. Kiskara. That is absolutely true.
I don't know if it can be saved in time. And you can go into any number of issues, like self-ID
Go.
with trans people, or...
So what is your view on self-ID with trans people exactly?
I remember during Gamergate, there was...
Oh my God, shut up about Gamergate. Enough. Enough is enough. Please, let Gamergate rest in peace.
This expansionist thing that it wasn't enough to talk about the number of women we were hiring in the game industry. Now we had to obliterate whiteness as something that we were featuring in game.
Do you even know what whiteness is? Do you even know what you're talking about when you invoke these terms?
So I'm like, it's a little bit extreme, but we'll go along with it. So it was
I don't understand what's being talked about, but it's a little bit extreme.
just one more step after another. And now it's 10 years later. Look at where we are. We are completely
Where are we?
unelectable. This strategy is failing.
I suppose the question that I'm curious about, and I hear people on left and right saying this often, and I don't understand why they say it. So, and you did say it, so I'm curious to explore this. You called the culture war nonsense.
It is.
Well, you say it is. And I suppose it depends. What exactly do you mean by that, first of all, before I jump in with my opinion?
We have different jobs, right? You are a public advocate and a public figure, and you have a very specific agenda that is pro-free speech. One I agree with.
There's a Ukraine segment here. I've got Ukraine. The problem with the border. What Biden got right. The Democrats need to grow a pair. Okay. The trans debate. Okay.
But my job is different. My job is public policy. My job is to get candidates elected. And
You suck at your job. I'm going to be honest. You suck at your job.
my job is to back channel specific bills to get them passed.
Right.
So in my view,
What are those specific bills? Can you share with us some of your bill ideas that you really want passed?
as soon as you get something like family medical leave and you turn it into a right versus left culture war,
Oh,
you
sure.
have automatically lost the
Oh,
conversation.
yeah. No, that I agree with you about. I
Yeah.
guess the reason I ask you, Brian,
Again, empty statement. How do you turn it into whatever?
And is that the way I see what's going on, and I'll lay it out for you the way that I see it, and you feel free to pick away at it, challenge, whatever, is here's my conception of the culture war as it happens. I feel that there is a determined, organized attempt to undermine the basic building blocks of our civilization.
Yes.
And
The fuck does that mean? The basic building blocks of our civilization. What is that? What does that mean? Undo the basic building blocks of our civilization. Another meaningless platitude. We've got so many of them. They're overwhelming.
those of us who are willing to A, see that, and B, say something about it, are called culture warriors. That's what people say about me, for example. Oh, he's just a culture warrior. And my view is our culture is really important. Our culture is why we are where we are. Our culture is why we're successful. Our culture
It's just a meaningless statement. Again.
is why our
And
civilization...
a fundamental misunderstanding of what quote-unquote culture is. No cultures exist in isolation. All cultures interact and affect one another all of the time, especially in our globalized whole thing that we have now, where people from all over the world, from different cultures, travel all the time and intermingle. It's just a meaningless statement. Culture is in flux constantly. There's no such thing as preserving culture. There's no such thing as a building block of a specific civilization.
is rich and powerful and dominant around the world.
Sure.
Because of our culture.
Yeah.
So
This is just stupid. I'm sorry.
if people on the
Our
progressive
culture. What is our culture?
left, and it is people on the progressive left, there are some on the right now too, in response, I think. If there are people who want to say that those building blocks
How
are
to say so much without basically saying anything?
evil or wrong or bad, I think it's important to push back against that and to prevent them from succeeding.
Yeah.
That's how I see the culture war. So to me, defending our culture isn't nonsense. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't. Define your culture. And I'll show you like a million influences from different cultures. The building blocks of your culture come from different cultures. That is the reality of it.
Yeah. So if you're defining it that way, I'm 1,000% on board with you.
Well, then you're an idiot.
I think there's a growing
You don't think about any of this. Ever.
tendency on the progressive side to try to burn everything inside down. They're the mirror image of MAGA. They're
What does that mean? Burn everything.
accelerationist. They want to burn democracy, like our
Who wants to burn democracy?
institutions, our news, everything in sight to the ground, right? They want to burn the idea of gender to the ground itself. This is not a way for a culture
Oh, of course, a fundamental misunderstanding of what gender abolitionism is as well.
to survive. Like they think the United States is the biggest evil in the world. Like they just don't, do they not know what has happened in Syria over the last decade? Like they just have so little information. So I fully agree with you there. What I'm saying is if we are serious about public policy, it makes a lot of sense to stop treating.
I love how this person always talks about public policy, public policy, public policy, but never says what that public policy should be. Jesus.
Everyone on the other fucking side like they're your enemy. We've got to get buy-in from more people. I think my theory of change from here is I think there are a lot of Republicans and moderates out there that think that the corporations are screwing over normal people and they will stand with you on.
And yet the Republican Party is being ruled by Trump extremists. But let's just ignore that, shall we? Let's just ignore that the GOP in reality is basically Trump's party now.
Policies that address their actual lives. They're not going to do that if they've got to pretend all this crazy stuff is true at the same time.
What crazy stuff? Name the crazy stuff.
We've got to get buy-in from them.
I think part of the problem, Briana, and look, I'm going to be absolutely honest.
Sure.
What am I supposed to get from all of this?
You when my frustrations with the left is that I see the crazies on the left.
Yeah.
And I see the moderates, the people who I would listen to, the people I think, actually, you've got a real point here, particularly when it comes to economics. And then...
What economics? She's not made a point about economics. Not a single point about economics has been made.
I'd see them not do anything with the nutters over there. And I'm like, well, here's the thing, mate. If you're not going to deal with the nutters over here, how are you going to deal with Apple?
And we did this to MAGA.
What?
Right? You had the Nazis marching in Charlottesville. My side said every single Republican is exactly the same as the Nazis marching on Charlottesville. That's exactly how we treated them. Why does the right have to keep their crazies in line and we don't have to do that? You're completely right. This is
It's not about the right having to keep their
double standard. He's in line. And that's exactly how we treated them. Why does the right have to keep their crazies in line?
It's not about the right having to keep their crazies, quote unquote, in line. It's about the extremist Trumpists being in charge of the GOP right now. That's the problem. The terrorist, quote unquote, sympathizers are not in charge of the Democratic Party. That's the difference.
And we don't have to do that. You're completely
And
right.
Trump fanatics are in charge of the GOP.
This is a double standard. I need help pulling this around, and I can't. I can't do this by myself.
But I guess my point is, why is there not more? Why is there not more backbone within the left to be able to come and stand up? Is it because they're scared of them? Is it because these people...
Scared of who? None of the people on the fringe on the left, of the so-called fringe, are in any position of power or influence.
Actually have a disproportionate sense of power. Is there something else going on? And this is a genuine question on my behalf because I don't understand why.
Do you want the real answer or do you
Yes.
want the political answer?
I want the real answer.
I used to think
Jesus Christ. You want the real answer, the political one. You want the tea? You want to hear the truth? The real God-honest truth?
completely full of shit. When you talked about cancel culture, I was like, just get over it. You've got every privilege in the world, and now they've run this playbook on me. I understand what happens when they go after your livelihood and your friends, and they make a price to just speak your mind and stand up to them. These are cultural bullies, and the truth is there's
Boo-hoo, cry me a river.
every incentive to keep your mouth shut and just let the movement get crazier and crazier.
What does that
So
mean?
this is hard choice time. This is gut check time.
What?
We either stand up to these crazies, we get back to basics. That means liberalism in the sense, if you want to make an offensive joke, God bless. That's what the First Amendment is.
Okay, liberalism is when you want to make an offensive joke, God bless. That's amazing.
About. We've got to be willing to talk to people we disagree with. We can't just, every time someone has a different opinion than us, load it up with moralistic language so we win the argument and they're a terrible person and call it a day and never have a discussion about anything. There's no incentive to do this. Look at what's happened to my reputation since October 7th. It's
Your reputation? What reputation? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What reputation? What reputation are you even talking about? What was your reputation before October 7th? This is ridiculous. It's just silly. Reputation. Hold on.
It's been brutal. Like, I think it's almost a character flaw.
But there
I
comes
don't even know what your reputation was supposedly before October 7th.
a point, Brianna,
Yeah.
where you either let this kind of nonsense continue and you see the decimation of everything that you believe in, or you stand up. There's got to be a time, because you can't keep being supine about these issues and expecting them to go away.
I completely agree. Look at what we're doing with the trans children debate. This is such a good example, okay? Y'all may not agree with me. I think there are some children that need access to healthcare to transition. I don't think the system is working well now.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Briana Wu.
But I think some need to get through. We need to look at this system and patch the holes. What is the progressive left's answer?
What are the holes? What does it mean to patch them? What does that mean? What does any of that mean? The answer is, it means nothing. Hello, Jess, the one you know.
To any parent that has a question on any of that, it is shut the fuck up.
With that, I don't even know what that means, to be honest. I don't even know. So what? When a parent asks a doctor, so how should we proceed with my child? How can I help my child? That's a question. That is any question about the topic. Do then trans activists go to the parent and say, shut the fuck up? Is that what happens when a parent asks, how can I best help my child? Shut the fuck up. Is that what they hear? Is that truly what happens? What sort of questions do the parents ask?
Is don't ask those questions.
What questions? What are the questions? You know, this sort of things are pretty important. What questions? The hell does any of that mean? What does any of that even mean?
These questions hurt our feelings. We're talking about public healthcare policy. We've got to move back to science.
What policy? What science? Like, what?
And back to reality. And
I don't know what any of that means.
I guess, like, from your point of view, what is wrong with progressives that we're not doing this? Why do you think I'm one of, like, 5?
Well, I think you put your finger on it when you talk about the consequences for you. By the way, this happens on the right increasingly too.
Sure.
I wrote an article about my critique of... I praised him for some things, but also critiqued his comments about Russia and Ukraine. Tucker Carlson. I wrote an article called Tucker Carlson and the Woke Right. And someone disinvited me from a party that and you're just going, you're just the mirror image. You don't believe in diversity of opinion. You just want your opinion regurgitated. So tribes generally enforce the whatever rules of the tribe through any means necessary in order to do that. So I understand that. The question I wanted to ask you, I guess, is you mentioned that 6 years ago or 10 years ago, it's one or two questions I want to ask you. People like you would have been criticizing people like us at the time or whatever.
That's right.
And would have said cancel culture doesn't exist until you personally experience it. And I've heard that from a lot of people who have
That's amazing. That's great.
the switch that you're going through. What was it back then that drove you to behave in that way?
I think I thought that
In what way? Okay, the summary is Briana Wu has a sit down with these two guys and is talking about everything is woke, everything is bad. She used to shut up about all the wokeness, the fringe left is taking over the entire progressive movement. In fact, progressiveness is a dead end. and her progressive friends are frustrated. Even though she said that progressiveness is a dead end, so even her progressive friends, by her own logic, should be a dead end. That is basically a summary that I'm giving you. Also, we must go back to the basics. We must go back to principles and policy. That's basically the gist of it. Have I given you a good summary? Have I given you a really good summary of this conversation so far? Do you feel like I've informed you?
People like you had all the power, and I thought that we had no power, and I thought that it was the way to get to a better
Oh yes, because the left has so much power. So much power.
world. And you know what? We've tried my version of the progressive playbook for 10 years.
What is your version of the progressive playbook? I don't even know. I don't even know what that means.
Telling comedians, telling jokes we don't like to shut up. That doesn't work.
Nope.
The left has had, like, look at what's happened to feminism. Do you know how guilty I feel about this? We've lost Roe
Guilty.
in the United States. And
Yes, because of progressives. Absolutely, yes. Roe v. Wade was overturned because of progressivism and the fringe left. Of course, that makes perfect sense, of course. That is absolutely a logical explanation, a logical retelling of the events.
access to abortion. Feminism should be a very strong public force right now, and it's not. It's never been weaker. Why is feminism so unappealing to so many people? It's because rather than talking about real policy that will affect people's lives, like daycare for children, or working wages, or reproductive health care, or access to a gynecologist, we've defined it to these boutique, like, luxury nonsense.
Yes, oh God.
It's culture wars.
It's wild that she says this because I used to be an anti-feminist and now I am a radical feminist. She's out of touch. She's so out of touch with the feminist movement. She doesn't even understand feminist theory now. I used to be the person criticizing her, but it doesn't seem like she has learned from Gamergate.
Stuff. So normal women are out there going, this is just not relevant to me. So it's just it's
And the other
it's a
thing
failure.
feminism
Yeah.
did as well is feminism is such a broad church. It's a hard word to use accurately.
Broad what? Church?
But once
Did I just hear the word church?
feminism is such a broad church, it's a hard word to use accurately. But once you start trying to convince at least some women that they're supposed to hate men, you're going to lose the audience very quickly because women generally don't hate men.
That's right.
They want to build a life with a man and have kids and blah, blah, blah.
I'm fond of my husband, so I agree. with that.
As am
Yeah.
I, even though I'm not a woman. Second question I wanted to ask you, and this sounds like a therapy session for me and
for it.
Francis,
Go for
and
it.
we've earned it.
Oh God.
Sure.
Yeah,
After 6
yeah.
years.
After what you've done.
I'm sorry.
After 6 years.
This is embarrassing.
No, but I will tell you the moment I realized that the left stopped
This is just embarrassing.
caring about reality.
That's right.
It was 2016. No, it was 2017. And I saw Steve Bannon go from talk show to talk show to talk show to talk show. And all he did was explain how they won the election.
Okay.
And nobody listened. Nobody listened to what he was saying. Because the agenda was the only way these people could win is because they're racist and because they're evil and whatever. And nobody listened to what he was saying. And what he was saying is, this country is in deep trouble. This country is a place where people feel so alienated from the economic opportunities.
Yeah, all people say that. You know who also talked about the country being in deep trouble and people being isolated, etc.? Adolf Hitler also talked about the country being in deep trouble. What does that even mean?
that used to be available to them and their families. They feel so alienated from, you know, the general narrative about their country has now become negative, which is why the phrase "Make America Great Again" works, even if you don't like it. And I was listening to what he was saying, not from a perspective of like, oh, I'm...
Yeah, because those sort of populist narratives work. The Nazi Party's whole thing was basically make Germany great again.
so enthusiastic about this guy and his political leader being elected, but from the point of view of like, maybe there's something he's saying, having just won an election that nobody expected him to win, that people on the left need to take into account so that by the time the next election comes around, you've learned the lessons, you're addressing people's concerns, and now you can come in with your message of, you know, how do we make America work for the working person? Like, that's to me the left-wing message. How to get America working for the working person.
That's right.
We'll get you back.
This is just empty platitudes. We've just watched 21 minutes of empty platitudes. It's amazing.
To the interview in a minute, but first, that, my friends, is...
Nope. No. No way. No chance.
We learned all the wrong lessons from the
He didn't.
Trump years, right? The correct lesson that the left should have learned from Donald Trump was normal Americans that don't follow politics as closely as people like I do, you know, have 5 newspaper subscriptions, look at the polls every day, talk to donors, all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Normal people don't think the system is working for them and they want to break it, if you really want to get down to it. And instead, we took this, we believed this really comforting lie that half the country was lost and not worth talking to.
Who believed that? Hello, lettuce. Who believed that?
And they were all racists and they were disposable, and we stopped even
Disposable.
imagining a way to live with one another. There's no future for the Democratic Party where we don't get goddamn serious about listening to the people that don't have faith in the system and earning their trust. And so much of that starts with the conversation, and we are failing. This is why Biden is losing. It's not that Biden himself does not stand for this stuff. I actually think he's been a really good president. But the culture of the Democratic Party is so elitist and arrogant and unwilling to listen to ideas that we don't agree with, and treating half the country like they are assholes. Like
This. Jesus Christ. This is all so empty. She's not saying anything. Who treated half the country like assholes?
this is not a formula for democracy to survive.
Do you know, I was reading this. I think it might have been you that said it, or it came up in conversation, that the number one predictor for a marriage failing is not infidelity, it's not arguments, it's none of those things. It's contempt.
That's right.
And when I see, and it's not just progressives
Wait, what?
here.
Contempt? What?
It's contempt. A marriage failing is, I think it might have been you that said it, or it came up in conversation, that the number one predictor for a marriage failing is not infidelity, it's not arguments, it's none of those things. It's contempt.
What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? Contempt.
Right.
And when I see...
For what? Contempt for what?
And it's not just progressives here, but also progressives in the UK. The contempt that they have for working class people, and let's be blunt about it, particularly in the UK, and I'm sure over here, white working class people, the way they talk about them, the way they address them, they're rednecks, they're stupid, they're racist. And then...
Okay, I'm pretty sure that the term redneck is a term that is pretty specifically dedicated to the people of the South, no? Isn't that a South-specific term, rednecks?
And they go, oh, why didn't you vote for us?
Like they're some dumb animal to manipulate. It's insulting. So let me tell you what changed my mind on this. Like the big reason, the thing that changed my paradigm on this was running for office, because it gets you off of fucking Twitter and out there in the real world where you've got to go knock on doors and just talk to normal people. And it's like, oh shit, the stuff we're talking about on Twitter is not what they believe.
I mean, you're the one fixating on Twitter, so.
So I think there is a lot of theory crafting in progressive spaces where they've got a lot of academic ideas about how elections and how power works. And I think it's fundamentally divorced from reality. Now, to be fair.
Oh, yes, because Briana Wu is totally not divorced from reality. No one is as in touch with reality as Briana Wu. The number one in touch with reality, Briana Wu.
The Democratic Party has been really poor at bringing younger people in and showing them how our system works, how NGP works, how canvassing works, how data works, how, get out the vote works, like bread and butter election stuff. And that is very much a generational institutional failure. But at the same time, like, these people are not showing up. There's every single opportunity to do that. So go out there in the real world, actually talk to the voters you want to represent, and I think we can move forward.
Because I think what a lot of people are frustrated about with the left and progressives in general is focusing on culture.
That's right.
And actually not talking about the things like you touched on before.
Sorry, what?
All that focusing on people are frustrated about with the left and progressives in general is focusing on culture.
But you did a whole rant on culture. You did a whole rant on why your culture is important, your culture, and preserving your quote-unquote culture is, the most important thing. And that your culture is the thing that makes the world work. And now you're saying that it's the left that's hyper-focusing, over-focusing on culture? It's just been 26 minutes, roughly, and you're already contradicting what you said before about the importance of culture, because you're saying the left is over-fixating on it.
That's right.
And actually not talking about the things like
So is it important or is it not important, culture?
Touched on before that actually really matter, which is economics.
That's right.
The fact that people, the gap between rich and poor is widening, it seems...
Ah, yes, the left famously uninterested in the gap between the rich and the poor. Like the least interested party in the whole thing, the left.
So, corporations are becoming, particularly big multinational corporations, are becoming more and more powerful. Governments are more in hock to these corporations. This is what the left should be doing. They should be challenging this.
100%. I think we don't understand how easy we could have it on the left. If we stopped this nonsense and we were...
What nonsense?
Party that unapologetically stood for all those things.
What things? What the fuck? Oh, if only we quit with the nonsense and stood for all of these things. What does any of that mean? What does any of that mean? What is...
For working class people, I think we would take the country for 2 generations. And we just can't.
Yes, if only we stopped doing nonsense and stood for those things, then we would have won and everything would have been perfect.
So...
Do you think part of the reason for that, Briana, is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this is just stuff people say, I don't know if it's true, I'm just curious to explore it with you. The elite of the Democratic Party, it's probably true of the Republican Party to a large extent, but you'd expect that more, is in hock to the big corporations, the big tech. They're all working, colluding together. So I guess what incentives do they have to take the correct position on all of this?
I think that's...
What is the correct position?
I mean, this is the problem.
Haven't even established that.
With power. I can tell you when I ran for Congress, I spent 8 hours a day in a chair fundraising, like basically calling for money for my campaign. And, you are very beholden to the donors that bring you money. This is why a policy I believe in is public financing of elections.
We have that in the UK.
Does it work for y'all?
Better than here, for sure, yeah.
It's like something's got to change. You're right, the incentive structure is just not there. And there's a lot of incentives for Democrats to say the right things, but when the votes come up on the House floor, to not do the right things. So in my estimation, y'all may not agree with it. I still think we're better than the Republicans, but I think until that changes, people are not going to change their assessment of us.
And Briana, you said that you think Joe Biden has been a good president.
Yeah.
And I know there's going to be a lot of people.
Depends on what? Depends. There is no president that is just good across the board. People are bad on this, good on that, and then you have to tally it up and decide.
In the comments, who are going to be, shall we say, politely disagreeing.
Sure.
Okay. Why is it that you think he's been a good president?
So you talked about the value of institutions. I think at the end of the day, something I really value is our justice.
And for example, I wouldn't call him that great on the Israel-Palestine thing. I wouldn't even call him, like, people praise him on Ukraine, but then there are many problems with how aid is handled with Ukraine as well, so.
Department working normally. I value our military having a clear chain of command. I don't know if you remember, but the State Department was changing hands. Rex Tillerson saying he had no faith. You had generals resigning under Trump. You had Trump trying to blow up NATO, something I assume you don't agree with. There is a path to normalcy for the United States and
I have no clue what normalcy means.
liberalism, like lowercase liberalism and democracy. In my estimation, I think Joe Biden stands better for than the competition.
Okay. Joe Biden is a good president because he wants to uphold basic democracy, unlike the other guy. I'm not sure that's as big of a, winner of an argument as she thinks it is. Yes, Joe Biden respects basic democracy, so that makes him a good president. What sort of a bar is that?
I don't mean to offend anyone in the audience, but it's really scary to me how much some of the Republican rhetoric is reflecting Vladimir Putin's talking points. Now, party aside, my left versus right politics end at the United States border. I'm an American, and I think Joe Biden has been so much better for our national security than Trump has been.
Well, that's interesting because I was actually, maybe it's a good opportunity before I jump in for you to lay out some more of the domestic policies that you're happy about, because my personal view, and we can get into this, particularly what you said about NATO.
I can't wait for them to get into Ukraine, which is soon, actually.
Don't think that that's what Donald Trump was doing. I think he was trying to get NATO to pay its own way.
You don't think Trump will blow up NATO if he's reelected?
My sense of what he was doing, you mentioned about the past, was he was trying to get the NATO member countries to pay their fair share so that NATO would be stronger, so that NATO would not be so...
Yes, by saying if any of the countries fall short, Russia can do whatever the hell it wants with them. Such an amazing statement. And it actually made European countries doubt the nuclear umbrella as well. So that's great.
So reliant on the United States. I thought that was, he warned Germany about taking Russian energy. He warned them about paying their fair share. And I think he's been proven entirely right. The one area of this that I feel that I do understand somewhat is the geopolitical dimension. I think Joe Biden has been a disaster.
Really?
His pullout from Afghanistan signaled tremendous weakness, which is, I think, why you end up with Ukraine being invaded.
No, oh my God, that's so stupid. That has been discussed to hell and back. That's not true at all.
Afterwards as well. So on the geopolitics, I wouldn't agree with you, actually. I think Joe Biden has been
Can we go one at a time through these? Because this is important. So Afghanistan, how long have we been in Afghanistan? For 20 years, right? And I'm not going to do the thing. I know a lot of people on the left like to say, oh, Donald Trump agreed to this and then Joe Biden just executed. Fuck that. Joe Biden's our president. He made the call. Are we supposed to, I did not support us invading Afghanistan the way that George Bush did it. I literally led protests for years. That was a
years.
situation with the Taliban there poised to take over. We had United States troops there for what, 20 years? Basically keeping this. Are we supposed to keep them there forever? I mean, what are the alternatives?
So what I'm saying is not so much. Look, I agree with you. The United States would have been better off destroying Al Qaeda without staying there
100%.
forever, right? The Taliban would always come back anyway. However, the way the pullout was done is the issue.
Sure.
It signaled that America. It wasn't that America left. It's that America abandoned its allies.
I hear what you're saying.
And that sent a message.
Yeah.
It sent a message that resonated around the world. The word that America gives you is not worth the paper that it's written on.
That is a very fair criticism.
And when you put
I mean, Trump wants to abandon Ukraine. And Trump said... And Trump wants to abandon all the NATO countries that fall short with the payment.
pull out on that basis, what you signal to others is, well, are we Taiwan's ally?
Sure.
Are we Ukraine's ally? Or are we just saying that? And do we have the
Trump wants to abandon Ukraine.
resolve to back our allies when push comes to shove? And
Right.
what's happened consistently has been, whether that's Afghanistan, whether that's Ukraine, probably Taiwan also, is the United States talks a good game,
That's right.
but it doesn't actually do the things it needs to do.
Who blocked the aid for 6 months for Ukraine? Who? Who was responsible for blocking the aid for Ukraine? What group?
So on the geopolitics of it,
Well,
my own
can I
view-
respond to
Yeah,
that
of course,
actually?
yeah, of course.
So I think that is a very fair criticism. It broke
Is
my
it?
heart to see the Taliban flag flying over a United States airstrip as that happened. Anyone that loves their country and loves democracy and loves Western values, that was a really hard day. At the same time, you know, I think if you're talking about why is the United States perceived as weaker than we were, there have been a lot of really good democratic policies. I think Operation Infinite Resolve in the fight against ISIS in the Obama years was excellent. We've never had a national conversation about how aggressive and excellent Obama was at taking on ISIS and pushing back on this. So I think if you look at things like Ukraine directionally, what in my view makes us weak is when the Republicans are holding up these bills to provide them arms. I think that
Here you go. At least that.
is a massive error in judgment. So you look at who voted for what. And I think the Democrats, like, I don't have these
They
numbers.
blocked the vote to begin with. Mike John.
Memorized, overwhelmingly voted for this and barely passed with Republican
Oh,
support.
sure, but
So,
I can't believe this.
Brianna, that isn't my argument.
Sure.
Since we're on this, let's
Sure,
just
let's do it.
close
Let's
this
do
loop.
Ukraine. Now it's getting into the topic of Ukraine. Okay, let's go.
As you know, a big supporter of us supporting Ukraine,
That's
at least
right.
in the beginning.
as am I.
Right.
Oh, okay. Congratulations.
What we're doing now is not supporting Ukraine.
How do you feel?
What does that mean?
What do you mean?
What we're doing now is giving them just enough support so they can continue fighting.
Correct.
But they're not going to win.
That's right.
They're not going to get the outcome they want.
I agree.
And America isn't going to get the outcome it
I
wants.
agree.
What the situation needed
Trump wants to abandon Ukraine.
and still needs is somebody who is prepared to simultaneously carry a big stick and do a deal at the same time. Ultimately, this is how this is going
Oh, so it's one of those people that just say Ukraine should negotiate. It's just one of those people. Amazing.
to end. And what you need is someone who's going to say, either we do a deal on the basis of what's happening on the ground right now, which means, sadly, Russia is going to get pieces of Ukraine that are
There you go. For all that I'm for support of Ukraine, the reality is it's just one of those many idiots that say Ukraine should just do a peace deal, abandon all of the territory that Russia has taken, condemn all of the people living in those areas to be either displaced or to stay and be basically terrorized by Russia, tortured, killed, who knows. Mass graves for all of us.
Didn't have before.
Of course. For all the empty platitudes, once we get into specifics, it all ends up being the same idiotic thing as always. How shocking. How unexpected. You know? How unexpected.
In exchange for Ukraine having long-term security. And if you, Vladimir Putin, are not going to sign this, then I am going to give the Ukrainians everything. That's what the president should be doing. And
you know what the president should be doing? The president should just give Ukraine everything. Skip the bullshit and just give Ukraine everything that it needs. Without saying Ukraine should do a deal and give up territory. This is just idiotic. Why not just give Ukraine everything to push out Russia from its territory? This is asinine.
Personally think Donald Trump is far more likely to say that than Joe Biden. However, let's just...
Yes, I know. Trump is far more likely to abandon Ukraine and say you have to make a deal and give up territory. Yes, I agree. That's not a good thing.
Let's just agree to disagree.
Can I just agree with that? I think that's really well said.
Yeah.
Oh, you agree with that? That is well said, you idiot. Well said.
You know, we've gotten into...
You agree and it's well said. Am I hearing this correctly?
this dynamic where we want to make Ukraine just strong enough that they can
What a joke.
never lose, but not strong enough that they can never win. Now, I'm not a general. I can't appraise if like giving them air support is going to lead to World War III or not. But
What the fuck does that mean? I'm not a general, so I cannot evaluate. That's not a general's job to evaluate if a political decision will lead to World War III. What? How can you be so out of your depth? How can you speak so... How can you know so little about what you're talking about? I'm not a general, so I don't know if giving air support will lead to World War III. How do you say something so stupid?
I think that more needs to be done. Like just giving them, what is it, the 132 millimeter shells to like hit Russian...
Sorry, what?
Just giving them, what is it, the 132 millimeter shells?
It's 155.
I think that more needs to be done. Like just giving them, what is it, the 132 millimeter shells to like hit Russian, barricades. Like doing
Oh, fuck me.
this forever is not going to let them win the war. We've just decided this lukewarm support. So I think your assessment of this is dead on.
Yes, the assessment... No, it's not dead on. That means the aid should be increased. It doesn't mean that Ukraine should be forced into some peace deal when it has to give up territory.
I guess my point is on that issue is I don't think it's the Democrats are going all out for Ukraine.
Why can't I gift a sub? You should be able to gift a sub. That should be no problem. Maybe refresh the page. It should be no problem. God, that is just... Oh my God. I don't even know. The Ukraine thing, of course, as always, it just ends up being brainless talking about Jesus. Of course. Oh. I don't know. I'm not sure. It should be you should be able to. What does it say? What does it say when you try? That's strange. Let me... I don't even know how to do that. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can do it. Donate, no, support. How do you... No. Donate? Is it in the donate thing? Jesus. I don't even know. I sign in. Hold on. Live. Okay, how do... Where is even the option? Oh, subscribe. Okay. Gift sub. User. It works for me. It works for me. I can click and press the... Yeah. It should work. It should work for you as well.
Ukraine and the Republicans are stopping
I
it.
don't
It's more
either.
like Democrats are doing a terrible job. And the Republicans are torn. There's a part of the Republican Party that wants Ukraine to win and would help much more than they're currently doing.
Sure.
And there's the other, you know, what I call the more woke right, so to speak.
The woke right, what does that mean?
Who are they're anti-Ukraine because they're anti-Western elites. That's kind of their worldview.
Do you think they're compromised in some way by Russia?
No, I think they're compromised by the derangement. You know, they've been staring into the abyss.
Sure.
They've been looking into the progressive abyss for so long. They're now thinking
Oh, good night.
like progressives in their head in many ways.
I hear what
Are you able to donate, Jess? You should test if you're able to donate.
you're saying. I mean, I guess I'm just old enough to remember when
Oh my god. I'm just old enough to remember.
we were able to stick together.
Oh, Barry!
Oh, doesn't work for me, but since I can give you sub, I'll give you some money instead. Thank you. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. That is very generous.
on national security issues.
I hope that comes back.
I do too.
Yeah.
It's
Okay, let's park that because I feel like
ahead,
we're
go ahead.
moving away from the core of the things we've been talking about.
Oh,
You go
boy.
ahead.
Yeah. So I was going to say the one thing moving towards domestic policy.
Sure.
Okay.
One of the major criticisms that Republicans and ordinary people are going to have, and
Republicans and ordinary people. Nice.
please explode any myths, is when it comes to the border. There's a lot of people in this country who are very upset, ordinary people, very angry. They're
Yeah, I know. Ordinary people happen to be very susceptible to populist slogans. Yes, I know. That's not a new development.
looking at things like people coming in undocumented. There's crime that's been spiraling. There's, the fentanyl.
What crime that has been spiraling? There's a lot of data that indicates that actually immigrants don't cause crime to be spiraling. So you have to substantiate this somehow. Fentanyl has nothing to do with immigration. It's an unrelated issue.
Crisis, and they're thinking to themselves, what the hell is going on with my country?
I fully agree with you. I am a Democrat.
I know, because you're an idiot and you just fully agree with everything. You agreed with on the Ukraine thing, which was brain dead.
That wants the border taken far more seriously. Like sex trafficking across our southern border is horrible. I urge you to go read stories about this. It is a nightmare. You cannot be a feminist and want the status quo on all of this. Drugs coming through, I'm sure.
What does being a feminist have to do with immigration and the border? What does that statement mean? You cannot be a feminist and be... What?
You saw the viral video a while back, the woman like with her children under the barbed wire and all that. It is completely normal for a country to need a secure border. And I don't understand.
You're contradicting yourself in your sentence.
Democrats don't take this exponentially more seriously. We can have a conversation about, visas to let people in. We can have a very high number of people that we let in, but we got to secure the border. And I think it is eminently fair to say the Democrats have failed at this.
And you say you don't know, but to me it seems utterly perplexing because
Jesus.
I just look at it and I go, unless you've drunk the.
Okay, so I have to go to the toilet for a second. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Join the page. Consider all these nice things. It'll be all okay. It'll all be okay. All right? It'll be good. I'm back. What is the Demonata series?
Progressive Kool-Aid, so we just say, for want of a better word, so much that you think open borders are racist.
The what? Progressive gulag? I'm sorry, what did I just hear?
No,
Say for unless you've drunk the progressive Kool-Aid, so we just say
progressive Kool-Aid, sorry.
for want of a better word, so much that you think open borders are racist.
yeah, no human is illegal.
Which was a piece in the time.
Wait. What is this guy saying? Is that person so stupid that he just contradicted himself? Those people have they're so clueless. Did you just hear what he said?
So much that you think open borders are racist.
yeah, no human is
for want of a better word, you've drunk the progressive Kool-Aid.
You drank. I'm going to repeat word for word what this person is saying. Because I guess those people are just too stupid to formulate their own thoughts. Yeah, he just said that progressives think that open borders are racist.
So we just say, for want of a better word, so much that you think open borders are racist.
yeah, no human.
Intellectual giants. Intellectual giants.
Human is
Which
illegal.
was a piece in the Times, by the way. Like, oh, I couldn't believe that.
But apart from that, how can you justify it? How can you justify it when you
How can you just... I don't know. You just said something very stupid.
look at the number of fentanyl deaths in this country?
Again, do you want the real answer or do you want the political?
Let's go.
Oh my god. I want the stupid answers. The only answer that I can count on from you. Unfortunately.
All right.
Here's the real answer. Democrats don't have balls to stand up to the nut jobs. That's the real answer. Because you get called a racist and you're afraid about losing the Latino vote. And, you know, it is in
Can I just push back on that? As somebody
yeah.
who is half Latin American, whose mother is from Venezuela, I can guarantee you, Venezuelans in this country who came here legally, who pay their taxes, who work hard, just like Cubans, just like Puerto Ricans, they're even more pissed off about this because they're like, hang on a second, I jumped through all the hoops. I did all the...
Yeah, that's right. I love this sort of logic. I have a perfect analogy for this sort of logic. When I worked as a teacher in a language school, and you might think this is totally unrelated, but bear with me, this is actually related. I had a student that one day came to me crying because the student was bullied. Was bullied by other kids in the school, beaten up or something along those lines. So he was crying that he was being bullied. So I sort of raised it with the boss of the language school. They raised the issue with the kid's father. And what did the father say? Hey, I went through bullying. I had to go through bullying. I'm alive. I'm well. So, you know, why shouldn't my kid go through bullying if I had to go through bullying and I survived it? It's basically the same sort of logic. The logic of, if I went through bullshit, then everybody has to go through bullshit. I will not tolerate other people not going through bullshit if I had to go through bullshit. That's basically it. Amazing.
the paperwork. I paid my money. I paid my taxes. And I could have just walked in.
Sure. I'm not.
There you go. Exactly. He just formulated those thoughts. If I had to go through bullshit to get here, then why shouldn't everybody? The answer is that we should make lives better for everybody. Not just go with, oh, if people had to deal with horrible things in the past, then everybody has to deal with horrible things in the future.
Saying it's a correct assessment. It's a deeply incorrect assessment, but that's the reason for the fear there.
Right,
You know?
I see. So, but wouldn't that be, if we're talking about Joe Biden being a good president,
Sure.
wouldn't you agree, if you disagree with what's happening on the border, that at least on that issue, he's been terrible.
We just tried to
No. Like, the same group that blocked the aid to Ukraine also blocked any solutions for the border. So that's amazing.
pass a bill that would have made Democrats extremely unhappy. The progressives were really upset about this bill because it gave the president things to do, like close the border in an emergency and had some of the strictest restrictions on this. And the Republicans are the ones that defeated that bill because they wanted it to be an election issue. Now,
True. And they also blocked aid to Ukraine over it.
don't mean to get all geeky and policy oriented, but
Don't worry. You're not geeky, you're not policy oriented.
huge part of this is also the lack of immigration judges. We have a huge are you aware that in Boston we're Port City. We sent our immigration judges down to the border in an emergency capacity because they can't even try cases down there. I don't care if you're on the right or the left or open borders there. We should all agree that if you come across the border, you should have a legal process to figure out where you need to go. We don't have the system for that. So
no, I don't agree with that.
Do you not?
No, I don't. I'm a first-generation immigrant to the UK, and my view is nobody should be coming into the country illegally.
Sure.
Right? So
Who
we
determines that,
shouldn't
though?
be sending Boston immigration judges to the south because they shouldn't be necessary because the border should be closed. That's what I'm saying.
I think
that's what most people expect, really.
Look, I want this situation handled. I will vote for it. I would vote for any candidate that took that seriously. It's a mess. Democrats have our head on the sands on this. This could make us lose the election if we don't wake the fuck up and take it very seriously. And there's a leftist argument for this. There's a leftist argument for doing all of this. There's so much crime and trauma that happens by these cartels doing this stuff. The fentanyl crisis is 1 billion times worse because of this. There's no excuse for this.
Okay, so just carrying down the thread then, give us some things you think Joe Biden has done that have actually been good domestically.
I mean, domestically,
let's say.
I think the inflation situation, every country in the entire world is dealing with inflation.
Yep.
Of course.
And I think that we've actually gotten the United States economy much further back on track.
There were a few things that he got good, but just for some reason I'm blanking out on the whole.
Inflation has come down much better compared to the rest of the world. I think on coronavirus, I think people forget just how much getting vaccines out to people was mismanaged under Donald Trump. He did an A+ job at getting that system in place and getting vaccines available for people. Reopening schools, I think he did a really good job on that. So I think there's a lot of domestic policy he's actually excelled at.
So I'm going to ask you a question,
Please.
which is not particularly pleasant, but it needs to be said.
Go for it.
I very much admire you for coming on the show, Briana.
Sure.
And I very much admire you for taking tough questions,
Congratulations.
fielding them.
What tough questions? Not a single tough question has been asked.
And dealing with them in the spirit that they're meant. I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of other people on maybe that side of the argument, or the Democrats, strike me as weak, if I'm being blunt.
Oh, no.
If your biggest fear is being called a racist,
Sure,
or being said that you're whatever else,
Sexist.
then you shouldn't be anywhere near power. I'm sorry. You're a leader. You're there to make tough decisions.
Who only has the argument that someone's being set? Whatever. This is stupid, of course.
And people are going
What
to
did I expect?
say nasty things about you. Tough. You want the position, you've got to deal with that.
this is why I've been in progressive politics for the last decade. I wanted a Democratic Party with some balls.
This is so stupid. This is so unimaginably stupid.
That would stand up on all these things. The problem is the progressive power base has lost their goddamn minds. So where the fuck are you going to go? You've got the insurgent side of it that's trying to push the Democratic Party to actually get serious about public policy. I believe it, like universal health care. The American healthcare system is completely broken. I had a theory of change that if we were out
You have a theory of change.
out there. We pushed.
Like, how could he? You mean she? Wait, do you mean one of the hosts or do you mean Briana Wu? If anything, she has probably asked tougher question of herself than they have. Oh, you mean the guy. Okay.
The traditional corporate Democrats hard from the progressive side that would get us to better public policy. The problem is the
problem is that I'm just listening to her words. She's saying a lot, but she's saying nothing. That's the biggest issue here, basically.
Left is so crazy nowadays. They're worse than the corporate Democrats. So we've got to turn this whole ship around.
The host.
And is that possible?
The most weak-minded freak I've listened to this past week. He doesn't get to sit here and call other people weak when he is fundamentally broken politically.
No.
I don't know. I don't think it's likely, to be really honest with you.
A trans showdown.
So what does the future look like? In our
Amazing.
interview with the brilliant Tim Urban,
oh yeah, no. We're not doing that. There's just no way in hell. There's no way in hell we're doing that. It's enough.
My hope in speaking up is I see a lot of people that are in my DMs and they say, Briana, I agree with you.
Yeah, some of those DMs leaked and it was not a pretty sight, unfortunately for you. So...
And my hope is if enough people like me stand up and we'll start getting real about this stuff, we can start pushing...
Again, empty platitudes. Real about what stuff?
...the crazies out and get the Democratic Party on a path that makes sense. I don't think that's likely.
I believe that there are DMs that she gets with people agreeing with her. But the question is, what do they agree on? That is the real question.
There's a flip a coin. We're going to see who wins this election. Is it going to be Joe Biden or Donald Trump? And from there, we are going to be in the wilderness without power if we lose, and we're going to have to find a new version of the Democratic Party. I don't know if that's going to be a better version of the
The ashes of the SEC Hippo Pop aren't sending their best.
Democratic Party. So,
well,
yeah.
let me say something to you,
Please.
but through you to some of the people that follow you that might be interested. I really
Okay, tell us. Jesus.
believe. You know, I was in Australia recently, and I was invited to a dinner where there were a lot of people who were influential.
Oh wow, fascinating story.
In Australia, and there were people from both sides of politics there. And the person who invited us, he said, "Look, I don't want the other party to be elected.
that's right.
But at some point they will be.
Yeah,
And I want them to be the very best possible party for Australia.
that's right.
Best possible government for Australia."
Why are you just blindly nodding and whatever? You didn't even let him finish and you already agree with everything he's saying.
And in that spirit, my view is the only way that the left is actually going to start to have a good impact on society is when Donald Trump gets elected again, which I suspect he will be. You don't agree? And I may well be wrong.
I think it's going to be close. I think I see data, and I think I have a perspective on the state efforts that probably informs.
I did see that tweet, yeah. We're going to go over it on stream. We're going to turn it into a whole segment.
And you're probably much better informed about it than I am. I'm just operating on a general sentiment kind of basis. But I guess what I'm saying is the mistake that was made in 2016, which you articulated so well, was a failure to take seriously the concerns of the ordinary American.
That's right.
If Donald Trump is elected again, my greatest fear is that instead of doing that, instead of learning the lesson and going, okay, what are we not listening to? Is it immigration? Okay, we got to change our position on immigration. Is it foreign policy? Okay, we got to adjust. My worry, and I know this is Francis' worry too, because we talk about it all this time, is if Donald Trump is re-elected,
Okay.
you're going to see a progressive meltdown on a scale that's going to dwarf
right.
2016.
That's right.
I think, okay, I'm going to be quite honest. I think a progressive meltdown is the least of our problems if Donald Trump gets reelected. I'm going to be quite real. You keep prattling on about going back to the basics, about talking about what's important. And now you're talking about a meltdown, a progressive meltdown that's going to happen if Donald Trump wins. Oh yeah, that's a really important thing to discuss. The meltdown.
Which will only make the country worse and the left
That's
way
right.
more unelectable.
Because they
This
don't.
is so stupid. I think there are better. I think there are bigger things to discuss about what will happen when Donald Trump gets elected, other than a meltdown happening.
Don't believe in democracy.
For example, you know, the little thing about Trump forcing Ukraine to give up territory.
Country worse and the left
That's
way
right.
more unelectable.
Because they don't believe in democracy.
They don't believe in democracy. What about Donald Trump? Does he believe in democracy? You know, the guy that actually said multiple times that he wants to overthrow the process. The guy that actually tried to overthrow the electoral process. You know, the one that you believe in so strongly. What the fuck? Oh yeah. If Trump gets elected, then we have to worry about the meltdown of the progressives because they don't believe in democracy. Because Donald Trump totally believes in democracy. With his talking about, I don't know, doing away with the Constitution and trying to, I don't know, just declare himself the winner when he lost the election.
Fundamentally, look
Right.
at the fringe Free Palestine people. There's some people in that.
This is what a way, what a direction to go to when discussing what will happen when Trump will win. Discussing the meltdown of the progressives who don't believe in democracy.
movement
I don't even
that
know what to
genuinely
say
see
here.
scenes of horror out of Gaza and they want to do something about
It's
it.
like listening to actual children talk about politics. Doesn't seem like they have enough personal experience to understand what they're talking about, or knowledge, or whatever.
And I respect that. At the same time, there are a lot of people in that movement that want democracy and America dead.
Well, they hate
Yeah.
America.
Yeah.
They do. They hate our own country.
Yes. So, Jesus, this is,
They do.
Yeah.
When did it become like
says the person that supports Trump and
inappropriate?
says that Trump would be great for Ukraine because he would force Ukraine to make truce and give up its territory.
To be on the left and say you love your country and you respect your police officers and your teachers, you respect
1960.
someone. Well, it's not how I feel.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've got to confront this illiberalism that is just strangling the Democratic
Ah,
Party.
yes, because Donald Trump is such a liberal.
We've got to get more comfortable with free speech and talking to people that disagree with us. We need to get much more serious about public policy because we're not.
It's so true, and it's genuinely sad to see what's happening
Yeah.
to the left.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who I know, and look, I'm friends with some of them on the right. They're like, ha, look at them, blah, blah, blah. Aren't they this? Aren't they that? And you go, I don't think you understand what is happening to the very fabric of our society.
That's right.
What the fuck does that mean? The very fabric of our society. This again, empty slogan. You could not go with a more empty slogan if you tried.
That's right.
And if this side are going crazy, as you're putting it, what's happening to our society as a whole?
That's right.
And what's happening to your side? Because I'm telling
That's right. That's right. That's right.
you something else. Your side isn't being great either. And the moral decay is happening in a similar, albeit
The moral decay. Oh, the moral decay. Can you elaborate on the moral decay? I want to hear more about the moral decay. Please. Please tell us about the moral decay.
different way at the same time.
I agree. I mean, look, I feel like I have
Yeah, of course you agree. Without even knowing what is being talked about. Of course you'll agree.
extreme problems with MAGA, right? I think in many ways this is an anti-democratic movement as well. So, just because I'm talking at the left today, this is my own side. Like, it's not surprising to you that I don't like the Republicans and don't agree with their policies, right? But I think you're really right. This is about the fabric of the country coming apart. I think you're seeing
Whatever that means. Of course it's easy for you to agree because it's a meaningless statement and it's easy to agree with meaningless statements.
this in the UK to a lesser degree, but like your politics tend to follow our own. So we've got to confront this head on. In my
We
view.
download your crap very, very readily in the UK. I suppose one of the things that I was interested in exploring, Briana, with you as well, is you mentioned when we were talking about you potentially coming on the show that there's probably a lot of areas that we disagree about.
Sure.
Not you disagree with Republicans about, but we're obviously not Republicans. So what do you think that is? I'm keen to find that out.
Well,
Let's see what they actually disagree with because she's being very agreeable so far. So
I want to be polite. I think
You don't need to
You
be.
don't need to be polite.
I think
We're in
generally
America now.
speaking, I think generally speaking, when I watch your stuff, I think you hold the right and the left to two different standards. And I think you're a
Interestingly.
little too tough on the left, but I understand it because I spend more time.
But people
criticizing.
wow. Oh, you shit on the left and not shit as much on the right. But I get it. Wow.
are going to say that about you now. This
But I get it actually. I get it.
They
is the
do.
thing.
That's fine.
The people will the progressives will call you right wing or whatever,
And they do.
and they do because you're criticizing the left. You're doing that.
Well, what can I say? What do I call her if she says, well, I think you're a little bit too tough on the left and don't criticize the right so much. But you know what? I get it. I do that as well. But like, what am I supposed to get out of this?
Out of a place of let's get our shit together, right? I want our society to get its shit together because the one unique experience that I
I
have
don't know what that means. For a society to get its shit together, quote unquote. Again, I have no clue what that's supposed to mean.
most people don't have is I've lived outside of this
That's right.
society. I was born outside of this society, and I can tell you people in Russia
We live in a
and people in China are not having debates on TV about fucking pronouns.
That's right.
Yeah, because people in Russia don't have much debates about anything. Because Russia is not exactly a free country now, is it? Giving Russia as an example. Yeah, of course in Russia you don't have discussions about pronouns. Because the LGBT is designated as an extremist group. If you're gonna start a conversation about pronouns in Russia, you'll get arrested. What the fuck? Really? You're gonna give Russia as an example, as a beacon of how things should be? Really? When being LGBT is considered like an extreme, you can go to jail. Amazing. And what an amazing example. Russia.
Right? And the more time we spend on that, the less time
I want to listen to this again. Hiding you? What do you mean? Emily S.
we pronouns.
That's right.
right? And the more time we spend having debates on the society, and I can tell you, people in Russia and people in China are not...
Oh, China! And China, also another beacon of freedom. China. Amazing. Russia and China. Yeah, like, the US should be more about, like, Russia on the LGBT issues. That would be...
having debates on TV about fucking pronouns.
That's right.
Right? And the more time we
And
spend
she
on
just
that...
nods like an idiot. For real? Why do they call you right-wing, Briana Wu? Oh, why? How could that be? What could be the reason?
The less time we spend realizing that we live in a...
I mean, that is a thing that tends to happen with trans women that are on the right. Trans women that are on the right actually do tend to make arguments against themselves. Look at the classic Blair White.
Geopolitical battle of civilizations, and we are sliding back.
Battle of civilizations. Fuck me.
That's right. So look, if I have a 5% disagree with you about pronouns,
Clash of Clans. The Clash of Clans.
like, let's be really clear here. You are on the side of democracy and liberalism. And I think something I appreciate about you is really talking about the threat of terrorism in very, very,
God damn it.
very clear terms. I think that sometimes in this country, when we think about Islam, it's the westernized, like, liberal professor version of it. And I think you're not really thinking about it through, like, what is happening in Syria, or what ISIS is doing, or Iran and the Cold War with Saudi Arabia. So I think what I appreciate about you is I think you talk about this in really
Imagine appreciating these people.
clear moral terms. And I wish we could have a better conversation about that in this country. I think speaking about learning the wrong lessons, I think America learned a lot of the wrong lessons from 9/11 and George Bush, because we were attacked. That was something we needed to take seriously. But the lesson we took from that is because his leadership and decisions were so poor and got us into 2 wars that did not address terrorism. It created terrorism. We have 2 generations of Americans now that don't think the United States military can accomplish anything. That is false.
What? I'm sorry. Who thinks that the US military cannot accomplish anything? What a stupid statement to make. Who believes that? Who believes that the US military cannot accomplish anything? That is the stupidest statement I've heard.
We need to be an arsenal of democracy for the world. And I think I want to play my role in getting us there.
Well, that's great. But come back with me to what you think we might disagree about, because one of the things you mentioned was the trans issue.
Sure.
Trans issue. Let's talk about the trans issue. Oh, yes. Let's talk about it. The trans debate. Actually, a really long... Holy crap. The trans debate is like... Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho.
And
one of the longer segments actually is the trans debate. The Ukraine thing was so short, so sadly short.
Well, obviously we all think this about our own position, but my view is, Francis and I have taken a pretty sensible position on it.
Oh, sensible position. Now let's hear what that means. You want to take bets? Should we take bets on what a sensible position on trans issues means? I'm really curious. Let's hear it. I'm not even gonna speculate. Let's hear it. Let's hear the sensible position on trans issues from the horse's mouth.
To have a broad range of perspectives on, we had a trans woman on the show very early, the first person with whom we raised this issue, who absolutely hates our guts now and whatever.
Who is
Hey, give us the sensible position.
it? Can you
India
say?
Willoughby.
Oh, okay.
And we had
She's a friend. I like her a lot.
and we had other people who had different perspectives.
Who?
And we had actually hates our guts now and whatever.
Who is it? Can you
India
say?
Willoughby.
Oh, okay.
And we had
She's a friend. I like her a lot.
and we had other people who had different perspectives, everyone from Buck Angel, who I know you know, to people who have
Buck Angel. Oh, Buck Angel. That's phew. How many of you are familiar with Buck Angel? Actually, how many of the viewers that are here now are familiar with Buck Angel? Because I am familiar with Buck Angel, and I'm not impressed with bragging having Buck Angel as a guest. Buck Angel read my comment in live chat one time. What did he say? I said I might be non-binary. What did he say? Did he say no, you're not?
very critical of certain things, and I thought that their criticisms in some ways was excessive, but in other ways really important.
Sure.
And the place
What? Oh, whatever.
I think we've both landed in is the place kind of to some extent we started in, which is adults should be
Buck Angel. The person that said, I know I'll never be a man.
able to do what they want.
Great.
Children, however, are not capable of making informed decisions about the future because they're children
Sure.
and should therefore be protected
What? What?
from informed decisions, do what they want.
Great.
Children, however, are not capable of making informed decisions about the future because they're children.
Sure.
Children make informed decisions about many things. That's stupid. There are actually many there are many states, I believe, in which children can make decisions about their healthcare in many situations.
And should therefore be protected from medicalization.
Sure.
And there's quite a lot of evidence that
What does that mean? Protected from medicalization? Another empty slogan. Without getting into it, I would like to hear what medicalization means.
a lot of children who go down the
Also very ironic saying protect from medicalization when talking to a trans medicalist.
transgender path are actually not transgender at all. They're either gay or they're autistic or both
Yeah.
or bullied or whatever. And I don't think cutting bits off those children is the right position.
Oh, cutting bits. What are we talking? Twitch now?
To be clear, you can't get surgery until you're 18, as I understand it. Cut the
you
bit.
Oh, there we go. Cut the bits.
can get puberty blockers,
Yeah, I'm puberty blockers.
right? That's
yeah.
pretty
But that's
mutilating.
not.
What the fuck? What? Puberty blockers do not cut anything from your body. Oh, I'll see you, Jess. Thank you for being here. I'll see you again.
Understand it. Cut the
You can
bits
get
off.
puberty blockers.
Yeah, I'm
If you're autistic, then you have no capacity of understanding anything. Gender? What is gender? Like, people really don't know what even autism is. People really don't know. Like, people basically see that someone's on the spectrum and they just throw any sort of thing. Like, anything that fits.
puberty. Get surgery until you're 18, as I understand it. Cut the
you can
bits
get
off.
puberty blockers.
Yeah, I'm puberty blockers.
right? That's
yeah.
pretty
But that's
mutilating.
not cutting
That-
the
Puberty blockers are mutilating. What do puberty blockers mutilate?
Correct. Fine. Fine. Let's take that.
How is even being on the spectrum connected to gender? It's not connected at all.
Medicalizing
Sure.
confused children.
And it's not related to the sense of self and sense of gender. In this, you know.
Is something I'm against.
So, look, this is going to get me canceled by trans Twitter, but something that's changed in the last 10 years is we've really redefined who is trans, right?
Yeah.
It used to be people.
Oh, there we go. There we go into that conversation of who is the real trans, who is the fake trans, all those non-binaries, all those. Oh, of course, we're getting into it now. Oh, there we go. There we have it.
That medically transitioned. You went through the Benjamins, and then there were the WPATH standards, and some reasonable stuff. Go read it. Go to a therapist for 3 months, get on hormones, have real life experience out there, get surgery like a year later, right? Not a crazy like gauntlet.
Yeah, very easy peasy lemon squeezy, except it's not even how that worked. So
to go down. We've expanded all of these things in really extreme ways now. There are people.
like what? Give me an example. I hope I'm not gonna get some empty talk here, of all places, on this topic.
In the trans movement that, hand to God, really believe in self-ID. Like,
Okay, can you explain the concept of self-ID? Do you even understand what self-ID is?
you should just be able to say, I'm this gender, and that has legal consequences for what spaces you
Like
can
that.
enter. Yeah, this is crazy, right?
Why is it crazy? Like you can't just call something crazy and be done. And just, it's crazy. I'm done. I'm done with the subject. Explain why it's crazy. Otherwise, I know she doesn't. She doesn't care.
I don't understand this non-binary stuff. I have friends that are non-binary. I think they're going through something real. They're in the W path, but they're going through something different than people who medically transition. So
What does that have to do with anything? Like that, this is so stupid.
to come back to your point about children, if
Of
you
course he's gonna just go past the non-binary thing really quickly without getting into it. Because what in practice the whole they're going through a different thing means is that they should be excluded from the trans movement. That is what it means in practice. That is what she advocates for. That is what all of her buddies advocate for. But you know, she just sort of just went straight past it here.
we're adding all of that onto who is considered trans, of course there are going to be some of those children.
Yes, the only thing that the trans movement needs is to investigate who is a real trans person and who is a fake trans person.
Non-binary.
That is exactly what the movement needs. Investigating into the realness of one's claims of being trans.
Or just don't like the gender role, or confused, or gay, that transition is not going to serve them. So, yeah, I personally have the opinion that if you look at the science here,
Yeah, but and I know Briana Wu will cry and whine about it, but it is really sad that Poland, that is light years behind the US when it comes to trans issues, that all the big ones, the big trans organizations understand that you don't even need to transition in order to be trans.
it is not particularly conclusive one way or another. We need to double down on the studies we're doing.
What
we need
studies?
to really make a better pathway to serve those children. And I do want more of them filtered out.
So would you agree with me then that until we have the rock solid evidences, we shouldn't be
We do have rock solid evidence. We have a lot of data. We have a lot of studies into these things. You just don't accept that.
transitioning kids?
I think I would
Transition in kids. Puberty blocker is not transition in kids, by the way.
agree with you there, because I personally know so many people that are such good friends of mine that this saved their life. But what I think would help is progressives are not having an honest conversation with parents. And I am not sure
What sort of conversations?
gender clinics are either. They are saying things like, your child is going to suicide if you don't do this really life-altering thing. I don't think that's a good message. I think we need to be talking to parents with more respect about all of this.
What
One
does
of the
that
things
mean?
that I've actually have a
Like what? Are we supposed to be quiet about the suicide aspect of it? Are doctors not supposed to warn parents about their children being suicidal? Is that what Briana was saying?
Deep level of empathy for a lot of trans people. And trans people have spoken to both of us about it, and me individually, and all the rest of it is, you know, it's tough. It's tough dealing with gender dysphoria. It's really hard. It's really hard. You go through the processes, you take the meds, you go through everyone else, and then most people just want to get on with their lives.
That's right.
That's not true.
Want to live their lives. They want to do their jobs. They want to have their friends, their families, and that's it. And they've been politicized now.
That's right.
And
Yeah, sure. You explain what.
One person said to me, I just feel like
What does that even mean? Politicized.
I'm being asked to represent all the trans people. I am just a person.
That's right.
And I just want you to leave me alone.
That's right. It was this way 10 years ago. It was this way 20.
Yeah, and totally trans people were left alone 10 years ago. The discourse was so great 10 years ago when trans people just wanted to be left alone and were totally just left alone. Oh, yeah. That was a thing. That was totally a thing. Trans people just being left alone.
20 years ago. It's
20 years ago, even more. 20 years ago, it was even better. It was even more good for trans people 20 years ago because they just wanted to be left alone.
It's really been, in my view, a real disaster.
The only reason why it's bad for trans people now is because trans people don't want to just be left alone. And it's the only reason why trans people don't have it as great as they had it 10 and 20 years ago when, trans people were thriving in society.
Disaster for trans rights to redefine it from a nonpartisan medical issue to this leftist fringe identity issue where you're trying to destroy.
Yeah, gender issue is an identity issue. What?
The idea of gender itself. Now, I want to be really clear. If someone's non-binary, I will do my best. I will call them by the pronouns that they want because I'm not a jackass.
I really love how Briana was parroting transphobic arguments that are used against trans men, trans women. Oh, I'll respect your pronouns. I won't be an asshole. Like, this is a transphobic argument that transphobes use.
But
I don't really believe that you are what you say you are, but I'll respect you. Because I'm not an asshole.
Doesn't mean I agree with this idea of destroying gender in the.
There you go. This is an argument that's been used for years and years and years. I'll humor you. I'll call you she. I'll call you he. But it doesn't mean that I'm for the idea that men can just become women and vice versa. It's just Oh, wait. I forgot. If I bring this up, people just say that I use the Hitler drank water argument. If I bring this up, people will just say that I'm trying to say that X drank water, Hitler drank water, therefore X is like Hitler.
Public comments. That's not something I support. So, I think the truth is we need to be able to have a discussion. And I think a lot of trans people that actually transition have been ironically censored from their own civil rights movement.
And the discussion is...
Yes. I'm transitioning and I feel so censored. Please uncensor me. I feel so censored. I feel so censored from my own movement.
Important part. And this is where the progressive taboos, and they really are progressive taboos.
Yeah.
Progressive taboos. What are the taboos? Like, I so hate these vague, meaningless statements. I hate them so much.
They have to be broken apart.
I agree.
We have to be able to talk about the data, the evidence, without...
You don't want to talk about the data and evidence. You pretend they don't exist. How are we supposed to talk about the evidence and the data if you pretend those things don't even exist?
You know, you're denying
Yes, Briana Wu is trans.
trans people's existence and all of this other
Yeah.
nonsense
I
that
agree.
got made up.
Did you read Emily Blaslon's, I don't know how you say it. It was a really great piece in the New York Times called The Battle for Gender Clinics or something. It was about children transitioning. I was so upset about this because it was such a deeply reported, amazing piece that was overwhelmingly pro-trans and was talking about the history of children transitioning and what the reality was in these gender clinics and the pros of it and the cons of it. And what did trans Twitter do from open discussion
Trans Twitter.
and from a reporter that was very, very sympathetic to that cause?
I don't trust Briana Wu on this at all. And somebody give me more info on this article because I don't trust Briana Wu at all on this.
They canceled her. They went after her in very personal ways. She had to step away from Twitter. It was
I have zero trust in what Briana Wu says about this. So if anybody has any information on this, on that person or the article, hit me up.
absolute hell for her. If trans people cannot even let the New York Times write an article that is pro-trans healthcare and act like adults, I don't know how they're going to win over normal people.
Brianna, do they want to win over normal people?
What does that even mean? Winning over normal people? Are trans people abnormal people?
That's, I think some do. I don't think a lot of the new ones do.
No.
No.
And to me, that's the real problem.
I
They're
agree.
more interested in being right
I
than
agree.
winning people over.
I agree.
And
There's
when,
a lot of that going around, to be fair.
yeah. And when you're in,
He's right, I could. But the commands don't work, so I cannot. Oh yeah, it works. Never. No, it does not work.
that position, I mean, that's a pretty terrible position to be in for everybody.
I agree. It's so discouraging. I mean, it's
Yeah,
for
you
me,
do discourage
I'm
me a lot.
46. I remember when trans was Jerry Springer in this country. I don't know if you know who that was. And to
Yep.
think
Yep.
about that as
Jerry.
To
Yeah.
think about that era as just a healthier discussion. It's terrifying to
It's
think
amazing how
about.
we live in a world where Jerry Springer was a healthier discussion.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Just bring about 10 crazies onto the stage and make them fight. That was
Yeah,
helpful.
yeah. And then
This
it got
is-
broken up.
This is what I was thinking about. Like in the Jerry Springer era, like a trans woman being married to a man was salacious. And today it's boring because
Yeah.
half of trans Twitter is in their polycule with 5 non-binary.
It shouldn't be. What the fuck? Yeah, isn't this good? That a trans woman being married to a man is not considered anything special anymore? How is that bad? Are you an idiot? Is that supposed to be considered special forever? What is this person even saying? What is this person nostalgic for? Like, genuinely, what is this person even nostalgic for? What is she saying?
People, like it's
Yeah.
it's insane.
So you mentioned
It's
the
insane that a trans woman being married to a man is not treated as something special anymore? That's insane.
election that's obviously
Mm-hmm.
looming in the future. You seem to think it's going to be close. You don't
Yeah.
know. You're not making a call either way.
Well, let me tell you why. So elections do not come down to vibes. They come down to
They partially kind of do come down to vibes, actually. A lot of people do actually unironically vote on vibes. I feel like the immigration is bad and will hurt me. I feel like this issue will affect me. Yeah, actually, a lot of people do vote on vibes.
Get out the vote. So what I mean by get out the vote is you build a relational database of contacts that you have from canvassing or relational organizing, which is you literally pay people to go contact 100 of their friends on Facebook and make sure they'll get out and vote. And the Democrats' data strategy this time around has actually been pretty good. So when I'm looking at the infrastructure we are building for the ground game in these swing states, I actually feel pretty positive about it. So yeah, our messaging, I think I would give a D- to. Joe Biden's ability to go out and make a coherent vision for the country, I would give an F to. But these like bread and butter tools to win an election, I actually think we're doing much better than Trump is.
And yet, Joe Biden is in trouble.
Briana, I've got to ask this question.
Sure.
He's too old, isn't he?
Yeah.
And Trump isn't. They're like 4 years apart. I hate this argument so much. When people say that Joe Biden is too old, but somehow Trump isn't. They're not that far apart.
This is why I didn't vote for him in the primary, like in 2020.
What is going on when we have Trump or Biden?
There you go. At least he added Trump here.
What is going on with the system? You've got this amazing country.
Do you think I can defend this? One of my closest friends, Cenk Uygur, ran for president.
Cenk Uygur, of course. Cenk Uygur, the dark horse of the presidential election.
Because he saw this and believes Biden can't win. So I can't defend it. I mean, I've been very open. I wish he had dropped out and let someone else be the standard bearer. He didn't. And it's a really big risk, and now it's too late to do anything.
Who would you rather have run in?
So y'all probably don't like her, but Elizabeth Warren, she's my senator in Massachusetts. I think she is amazing. She's the best in-person politician I've ever seen.
We're both too old, but Trump can out charisma That is true. His supporters don't really care what he's. That is true.
Works a room, really good policy. I would love to see her as president.
I don't know why you say we probably wouldn't like her. We're big fans of Native American rights.
Well, I say that because
I had to say that.
fair enough. She is, she's gotten into some gender controversies, I think I would say.
Yeah, no, I think that actually, if you listen to some of the stuff that she says about economics,
you just throw the term economics around, but they've not said anything about economics. Have you noticed that? They've not discussed economics at all, even though they throw the term around.
Some of it I don't agree with. Some of it I agree with.
Yeah.
And she's definitely not one of these crazy. I'm not sure she's the inspirational candidate that we'd all hope for. But no.
Okay, how about Ro Khanna? Do you know Ro Khanna?
I'm familiar. Yeah.
Ro Khanna is a really good guy.
Yeah.
Really smart, really policy focused, very focused.
I love how she also throws around the word policy without ever naming any policy. That is my favorite thing in the world that she does. Genuinely. My most favorite thing in the world is her throwing around the word policy without talking about policy. Very convenient. It's about sounding smart, not being smart. Well, that is true.
I think he would be an excellent president. We've got talent in the party. I think the problem is, and the Republicans have this issue too, there's a seniority system. So it's like, whose turn is it?
Right.
Whose favors can I call in?
So then you eventually end up with a bunch of old people.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, it's also about electability. At least perceived electability.
Well, on that happy note.
Like about being afraid that if someone new went against Trump, people would just not vote for the new person because they would be,
why don't we wrap up? We'll go to locals for questions from our audience. But before we do, Brianna, the last question, as you know, we always ask is, what's the one thing we're not talking about that we should be?
Before Brianna answers a final question, at the end of the interview, make sure to head over to our locals.
No.
Make sure to head over to our locals.
No.
What argument does the right make that you agree with, but the left will
Oh my God. Okay, let's go.
never accept?
What does Brianna think of wokeness in games such as D&D?
It's so
Wokeness in D&D. That's a whole thing that we've even discussed on the stream.
clear after October 7th, this isn't even about equality. It's about some people want power. What's the one thing we're talking about that we're not talking about? I think that something really scary is going on with young men. I saw this during Gamergate, and one of the mistakes...
Gamergate. Oh, Jesus.
I feel I made during Gamergate was treating these young men as if they were monsters. And I think the truth is we have two generations of young men that are looking for a path.
Poor young men. Poor young men.
And they're lost and they're lonely. And Andrew Tate is talking to them in terms they understand, and the Democrats are not. So I think that, just talking at the direct, we didn't get a chance to do this today. I think if the Democratic Party cannot figure out a way to, yes, talk about women's rights, talk about LGBT rights, but stop telling men that they don't matter, I don't think we're going to win elections.
Who tells men they don't?
I think we need to get extremely serious about this.
Yeah, if you want to understand the slide generationally, my generation's male role model in the public, on the internet, is Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck with that. Good luck with Jordan Peterson as a role model of masculinity. Good luck.
Who I think is a great guy. I've just been
Oh my God. What a role model. Role model for men.
touring with him, so I would say that. But he is a great guy. A really, truly great man.
A truly great man.
And Gen Z's male role model is Andrew Tate.
Jordan Peterson.
That's right.
About whom I would definitely not say
It's okay. I believe you. Those people are just really stupid, so of course, predictable.
the same thing.
That's right. I always find Jordan Peterson really
Oh my God.
interesting. You know, I've talked about this a million
I do not find Jordan Peterson interesting in the slightest, but maybe I just don't see it.
times, but yeah, I have been sober for 20 years. So a lot of his struggles with, finding yourself addicted and trying to find a path back, I really identify with that. I've always wanted to talk to him about it.
Yeah. He's great. And what he's doing
He is great. Oh, he's so great.
now is he's not really talking about the culture war or politics or anything. And I'm glad he's not. I think it's a great thing that he's doing because he's talking to people about how to live a good life.
Yeah.
And he's telling them very powerful stories about some of the ways to do that. You don't have to believe in God or not or whatever. It's just a very powerful way of looking at the world and being
Very powerful man, Jordan Peterson is.
constructive, productive, creative, passionate, driven, and living a good life and contributing to others.
Yeah.
That's a good role model.
Jordan Peterson does none of these things. Who does he contribute to?
I think that the fact that the next generation is leaning in a different direction tells you quite a lot about what young men are dealing with, what they're being told about who they are, what their role is in the world, and the way the economy is changing and all of that. So I think it's a
It's a really hard time to be a young man. I was, my husband, I've talked to him about this so much, like what it was like for him growing up and learning to be a man. Yeah, there were culture, there were institutions there a generation ago. I don't think those exist today. I think we're throwing our young men online. I think they're not learning to interact with people in the real world. I think they're lonely. I think they're horny. And I think they're
They're lonely and horny.
lost. We've talked a lot about how democracy survives from here. How can any country survive without young men and a path? Like, it can't. So, I really wish the Democrats would make it a project to find our public figures that can talk to those young men in honest ways and try to bring them in and come up with some public policy to make their lives better.
All right. Well, the 3 Democrats who were listening, thank you for being around. Take that to heart. And head on over to Locals, where we ask Briana your questions. Are you worried you'll never find a way to reach those on your own side that see you as a traitor? Or will you be comfortable remaining a dissident voice?
My goal is to destroy those people.
Oh my God. Of course. The best was left for last. My goal is to destroy these people. There you have it. There you have it. My goal is to destroy these people. Excellent. So there you have it. Have you enjoyed this little reaction? Have you enjoyed me breaking this down? Do you think I did a good job? Do you think that this segment went well? If you do, if you believe that I did a good job at sort of this thing, even though Dave said nothing, so there was not much specifics for me to add, but if you've enjoyed this little segment, then why not get rid of your white name to support my soon-to-be trip to Ukraine? I'm going to go to Ukraine again soon, and I'm going to need certain things in order to make that trip optimal. And in order to get those things, unfortunately, since we live in a capitalist world, I'm going to need funds. And in order to get funds, I'm going to need to appeal to you to subscribe or donate to me, because you're my main source of income. And that has been my plight to you. Since I'm probably going to be going to Ukraine, hopefully this week, hopefully Friday at the latest, Saturday or something, hopefully, if everything goes okay. And I do believe there is a high possibility that everything will go okay. So there you have it. That was my little pitch. In the meantime, we're gonna watch something else. We're gonna turn our gaze away from the US and we're gonna head to Russia. We're gonna head to Russia and we're gonna hear from the brightest Russian intellectuals. And we're gonna be talking about how the strongest Russian intellectuals will be talking about nuclear weapons. So there we go. Let's dive in. Let's dig in. Shall we? Russian thinkers explain their views on nuclear weapons. Is that okay? No, not Tucker.
Мы можем выиграть ядерную
If we suddenly start a nuclear war, we can win it.
войну, если мы вдруг начнем ее.
Ядерный
We are the only ones
пепел радиоактивный Америки
who can turn America into nuclear radioactive ashes.
превратить можем только мы.
New world, a nuclear escalation. So as always, the Russian media are very loud about nuclear escalation. How Russia should just start nuking places. That's like the very common thing.
Здравствуйте, это
Hi, this is a program, The New World.
шоу «Новый мир», и мы стартуем с
We're starting our new season.
новым сезоном.
Russia is redefining its place in the world.
Россия
Russia is redefining its place in the world.
переопределяет свое место в мире. У нас есть только один путь.
Our country has only one path.
Либо быть великой, либо никакой.
Either to be great or not to exist. Russian media never disappoint.
В нашей стране. Либо Россия будет великой,
Russia will either be great or it will not exist.
либо ее не будет вообще. Все поставлено
Everything is at stake.
на карты.
Если мы не пойдем
If we don't climb the ladder of escalation, this was a thing that we've already seen last time.
более решительно по лестнице эскалации,
More decisive.
то не прогревим
One
же
anger.
мы
Okay, so I'm just gonna say that about this whole thing. Russian media has been using this rhetoric of, especially it's been threatening smaller countries like Poland. I don't know why, but I guess there's a big fixation on Poland when it comes to the threats of nuclear escalation. There's been this cyber rattling, and we all know that Russia, that the government, that Putin is not actually seriously thinking about nuclear escalation, because everybody knows what it means. Everybody understands what this sort of posture means. Like, even in this very conversation, when this guy talked to Putin saying we need to climb the escalation ladder, Putin basically shut him down. Like, there's no need to change the doctrine because he knows what that entails. Like, for the only sort of reason for this saber rattling is for the domestic audience to show how strong Russia is. Russia strong, Russia big. Russia could just turn everyone into nothing less. And at any moment, Russia's so big and so cool that if it so chose, it could turn the US into a nuclear wasteland. So that's like messaging for the domestic audience to sort of, show, to make people feel how great Russia is. And there's also the aspect of this game that Russia is playing of threatening smaller countries with nuclear weapons, sort of creating this doubt within the West of whether or not the West would actually do anything to defend those smaller countries, trying to create tension, trying to create sort of friction within the West itself, which would ideally for Russia cause the aid not to be given to Ukraine and stuff like that, And there's the other aspect of making the broader West afraid of escalation. Those are the two aspects. Because at the end of the day, the US says that nuclear threats of Russia have to be taken seriously, and there have been drills in Belarus, the second phase of drills when it comes to nuclear weapons.
Проблема.
That's what the problem is. The West is not simply one civilization.
Это не просто одна цивилизация, а это бешеная,
It is a rabid, completely unbalanced system.
совершенно неуравновешенная система, которая хочет навязать свою
That wants to impose its hegemony upon everybody.
волю, свою гегемонию всем.
That is projection I've ever seen, by the way. That is the biggest projection I've ever seen. That is rich coming from Russia. That is just ridiculously rich coming from Russia. It's the most ridiculous statement that you can...
Вот чтобы защититься
In order to defend against it and not be helpless,
от
we need to invade Ukraine, fill mass graves with Ukrainian people. We need to erase Ukrainian identity. We need to declare Ukrainians as not real people. We need to do all those things to defend ourselves against the West and not to be helpless. It is a necessity. Also, we need to kidnap Ukrainian children and raise them as Russian. That is absolutely necessary. That is mandatory for defending against the decadent West and not to be helpless. Absolutely. That is spot on.
него, чтобы не быть беззащитным перед лицом этой
In face of this maniacal civilization,
маниакальной цивилизации,
you know, the maniacal civilization of believing that human rights actually mean something and are important. How maniacal. The maniacal civilization that believes that people that have sexuality that differs from the norm, that those people deserve basic dignity. How maniacal.
агрессивной империалистической
Which is aggressive, imperialist, and colonial. Unlike Russia, which is none of these things.
колониальной, ядерное
Nuclear weapons are needed for containment.
оружие как сдерживающий фактор необходимо.
Многополярный мир.
Let's say in 50 or 100 years,
Это безъядерный мир, допустим, через
would a multipolar world be a non-nuclear world?
50-100 лет? Или это мир, в котором, наоборот, все обладают ядерным оружием?
Or is it a world where all 300 countries have nukes?
Все 300 стран.
Ну, во-первых,
First of all, a multipolar world is not about countries.
многополярный мир не про страны, а про цивилизации, про
It's
государства,
about civilizations, about nations, civilizations.
цивилизации.
Все цивилизации.
No, that's not true at all, by the way. That is bullshit.
Все
It's about great powers dictating their terms to the rest of the world. That is what the whole polar thing is about. It's not about civilizations at all. It's about power. Which countries have the most power? That is what it's about.
цивилизация
All
тут
civilizations does not mean all countries.
уже не все страны. Это всех цивилизаций там максимум
There are 7/8 civilization existence at most.
максимум 7-8. Это вот все
That's all of the civilizations.
цивилизации.
Вот именно понятийно, что
Whatever that means. I don't even know what this person means when they say civilizations. So yeah.
оно есть у всех, поэтому мы друг друга не...
And let's not forget that according to at least some thinkers that are not lunatics like Russia, the biggest thing about nuclear weapons and many other types of weapons is the potential itself. It's not doing the thing, it's the potential. The potential for raw destruction, the potential to cause harm, the potential to hurt. That is like this brute force in negotiation, a brute negotiation method of sort of having at your disposal the means to cause great hurt to the enemy and sort of incentivizing them into either not doing something or into doing something you want because you want them to feel that if they do what you want, they will avoid the hurt. Right? It's described very well in a Thomas Schelling book, Arms and Influence. This sort of potential to cause hurt. That is more important actually than doing the thing, you know? The threat itself. The compellence to make the other side do what you want, because you make it very clear that if they don't do what you want, they will get hurt. They will suffer hurt that will be unbearable to them. And if they do, then they will avoid that hurt. That is what it's all about.
Не
У
боимся и
всех
достигнем.
цивилизаций.
У всех цивилизаций, да.
Я
Это
думаю, что-
достижимо, и это
It is an achievable balance for all civilizations to have it.
баланс. Вы
Так
так
это
это
почти
видите?
есть, смотрите.
We almost have it already.
Индия одна цивилизация, есть ядерное
India is one civilization that has nuclear weapons.
оружие. Пакистан исламская цивилизация, скоро Иран.
Pakistan and Sunni Iran, Islamic civilization with nukes.
Исламская цивилизация обладает ядерным
This is just nonsense. China has nuclear weapons.
оружием. Китай ядерное оружие. Запад ядерное
The
оружие.
West has nuclear. This is video game logic.
Россия ядерное оружие.
Russia has nuclear weapons.
Осталось только вооружить ядерным
All that's left is to arm some African country with nukes.
оружием Африку, какую-нибудь африканскую страну и Латинскую
In Latin America, let's say
Америку,
Brazil.
может быть, скажем,
That's
Бразилию.
it.
И все. Очень важно то,
What the president said about victory is very important.
что президент говорил о победе, что
Russia
без
has no chance without a victory
победы над агрессией
over the aggression of the hegemon.
гегемона глобальной
Compellence is very well. Compellence is absolutely a word. Of course. Compellence is absolutely a word. Compellence is a form of coercion that attempts to get an actor, such as a state, to change its behavior through threats to use force or the actual use of limited force. Like, I'm pretty sure Thomas Schelling coined the term compellence in his, again, famous book, Arms and Influence, or some other book. He uses the word in the book, Arms and Influence.
либерализма.
And again, to avoid the ever looming threat and, you know, the aggression of the hegemon, we absolutely have to genocide the Ukrainian people. That makes perfect sense. That is such solid logic.
Сказал президент, просто у России нет никаких шансов. Речь идет не о перемирии.
It's not about a truce or a ceasefire, but about victory.
Речь не
Well, I can believe that. I definitely can believe that Russia wants to achieve victory.
не о замирении, речь идет о победе.
Опасения
They worried only about us having nuclear weapons.
их вызывал только наличие у нас атомного оружия. Поэтому они в начале
That's why in the beginning of the 2000s, and that is basically what Russia is trying ineptly to do. Okay? They are trying to push the West through threats of hurt, nuclear escalation. They're trying to push the West into a behavior, and that behavior is stopping aid to Ukraine.
в 2000-х годов в МАГАТЭ начали запускать
Americans started to lead
американцы вещь
the
о
International Atomic Energy Agency
запрещении ядерного оружия.
towards the prohibition of nuclear weapons.
Они фактически хотели запретить
They
ядерное
effectively wanted to prohibit nuclear weapons.
оружие. Они сначала все ядерное
First, they transported all nuclear weapons
оружие свезли в одно место, чтобы оно было у нас.
to the same place so we would have it.
А потом дальше
Then they started to destroy nuclear weapons.
они начали уничтожать ядерное оружие. Они создали огромный фонд
They created enormous foundation
технической помощи,
for technical assistance
который фактически под
using environmental slogans.
экологическим
No, the real reasons why we want to get rid of nuclear weapons is that nuclear weapons, it might shock some of you, have the potential to end the world. So the more nuclear weapons we have in the world, Or even worse, the more countries have nuclear weapons in the world, the more we run the risk of something bad happening, triggering a nuclear disaster, triggering basically the end of the world. That is why the world was trying to move into the direction of having less nuclear weapons, of less countries having nuclear weapons. That is why. The more people have the ability to decide to launch a nuke, the greater the risk that something will go wrong. Of course. That is the actual reason. Because we're dealing with weapons here that can end us. Oh.
Лозунгами.
Под нож.
They destroyed all that they could.
Да, пускали под нож все, что могли, в частности, например, наши атомные
Particularly our nuclear submarines.
подводные лодки на севере, на Дальнем
Up north and in the far east, etc.
Востоке и так далее. Но мы люди умные,
But
поскольку
we are smart people.
эта вся помощь шла как бы в значительной мере там,
Since all this aid was largely coming through us,
через нас, мы на эти деньги просто провели,
we
так
used this money to clean up all the Arctic, so to speak,
сказать, санитарную очистку, скажем, Арктики,
and have created a sustainable foothold
и создали устойчивый плацдарм
for further development of our nuclear fleet
для развития дальнейшего атомного
and nuclear technology.
флота и ядерных технологий.
We did it with their money.
За их деньги.
Голыми руками нас не
You can get us that easy.
Поэтому, да, мы уже начали соображать. А приход президента,
We started to figure things
это
out.
он, так сказать,
Our president arrived.
человек
So
глубокий.
there you have it. Russia just wants more nukes. That is basically... He apparently understood everything. Putin understood everything. We have to appreciate the greatness of our president. If Putin did not appear in the year 2000, we would no longer exist. It's indisputable. Like the warship levels towards Putin is just off the scale.
Очевидно,
Completely obvious
если мы не активизируем
that if we do not activate the role of nuclear weapons. By the way, nuclear weapons are already, like, let's not kid ourselves, because this is a very silly statement to make. The role of nuclear weapons is already extremely active. It is already very, very active. Why do you think there are no troops on the ground in Ukraine from Europe yet fighting against Russia? Take a wild guess why the allies of Ukraine have not just sent their armies to fight against Russia. It's because the role of nuclear weapons is very active in international relations. The deterrent of nuclear weapons. The nuclear escalation.
роль ядерного
The role of nuclear weapons absolutely does not need to be activated. It's active at all times.
оружия, мы обречены как страна,
We are doomed as a country and then as the world.
а потом обречен мир.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. And this is an interesting part. Let's watch it. Yeah. Hello, Rohak. Well, thank you for joining the page. Thank you for joining the Supreme chat. Let's watch this. This is interesting part.
Кто больше империалист?
Who is more of an imperialist?
Караганов, вы или Владимир Владимирович?
Karaganov, you, or Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin?
А на самом деле самым
The Russian people are the biggest imperialists.
большим империалистом является
Some honesty. We're getting some honesty, which is appreciated.
русский народ, потому что мы народ
We are the people of an empire. And this, if you throw out all the bullshit about NATO, all the bullshit about denazification, all the bullshit about defending from the West, this is what it's all about. We are the people of an empire.
империи, мы сформировались как империя, и эта империя
This empire, like our monarchy, is run from down below.
снизу, как и монархия у нас снизу. Это мы хотим
We are the ones who want a great Russia.
великой России. Это мы хотим сильного лидера.
We are the ones who want a strong leader.
И какой бы этот лидер
Whoever this leader might be, which basically is saying, if not Putin, then it'll be someone else. This is basically what is being said here. This does not end with Putin. We'll just get another strong leader if it's not Putin.
лидер не был, он рано или поздно становится тем,
Sooner or later, he will transform into what people want. Oh no, this site is not that new. It's been here for a while. Thank you for joining.
что от него хочет народ. Я думаю, что
I think that the main carrier of an empire
главный носитель империи – это именно русский культурный
is a Russian cultural code.
код. Мы народ.
Like that, I've never expected such honesty, such blatant honesty from the Russian media, but I guess here we are. We're just an empire. We're deeply the people of the empire. The people have a deeply ingrained Russian cultural code. It's imperialist. We just want to build a great Russia. Well, that's, I must admit, it's not something that I usually hear, but it's refreshing. It's a bit of, you know, it is refreshing to sort of get this sort of radical honesty.
Империи, и
We are the people of an empire.
поэтому через философа,
Through philosophers, politicians, and analysts.
через политика, через аналитика, через правителя
Through our leaders.
мы транслируем
As a people, this is what we transmit.
именно как народ.
So that's it. That's basically it. Russians an empire. Russian people are intrinsically part of empire. It is built from below to the upper echelons. People want a strong leader. If it's not Putin, it will be someone else. So basically, we get an honest explanation of what Russia wants and why it wants to have a strong nuclear presence. All right, we've done this one. We've done this segment. And we've learned a new word, compellence. So I think this is a win. I think this is an absolute win. Also, Rohak, consider not being white. Because I guess I'm going to do a small advertisement moment. Consider supporting, consider subscribing, consider not being white to help me in my soon-to-be Ukraine trip that I'm going to be taking probably at the end of this week. So I'm rushing to gather some funds for the trip to Ukraine. You know? Try my best. All right, let's get to the next one. Let's get to the next thing. Let us go to the next thing. And the next thing is quite interesting because next thing is Twitter related. The next thing is Israel news. Some very interesting Israel news. Because, as you may know, Destiny and Lonerbox have went to Israel, right? I bet you've known that that Lonerbox and Destiny are in, and I don't know. I have different thoughts about it. I feel like maybe it's just my positive nature. Maybe it's just me being sort of, you know, an optimist about everything. But I feel like such a trip, at least for Lonerbox, is an opportunity to gain perspective on the issue. But there's been an interesting development for our friend Steven. I've been informed that our good friend Steven, oh my gosh, what the hell? Why is there One Piece opening here? Well, that's it for monetization. Oh wait, I'm demonetized. I don't need to care. I click on a link and it opens a One Piece opening. Hold on. Where's the link? There's this Twitter thing. Can someone link the Destiny thing so we can watch it? Let's link the Destiny thing. Someone link it to me. Please. Please, please, please. Or maybe this will work. Hold on. Hold on. It has to work. This has to work. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, I don't want to download it. This is the last thing I want to do. This is the last thing I need to do. Yeah, of course you're allowed to post a link. And on the page, yeah. To the Destiny being screamed at, yeah. If you have it, then link it. And we're gonna watch. Link it, please. By all means. Alright. And I don't have a choice. I have to find the link. I think I know where I can find it. Oh gosh. Oh? What did you add? What does that mean? What is that? What does that do? What is portrait mode? What is the portrait mode? Yeah, I guess I'll just save it then. Let me see if it's the thing.
I only speak English, sorry.
Yes, it is the thing. It is the thing. Okay. Let's watch it then. I guess I don't have a choice. Steven. Add source. Browse. Spoiler. Okay.
I only speak English, sorry. Sorry, I don't speak any... Well, we're tourists.
What do you?
That's
What does he
thing.
want?
Wanna watch it again? You ready for it again?
I only speak English, sorry. Sorry, I don't speak any...
What is happening here?
Well, we're tourists.
What do you? What does he want?
We're tourists. So that's the thing. That was the Destiny Israel thing. Being, I don't know. I don't even know what that was about. Destiny just got called named by some person while trying to say I only speak English and I'm a tourist. Which at least I now know in what capacity he is going there as a tourist. Which is good. It's good to know. Okay? It's good to know that Destiny's going there as a tourist. Typical American, true. I don't know. Somehow there are people that only speak English and, in my opinion, do a little bit of a better job navigating the countries that they go to, but you know, happens. It happens. Things like that happen. Such silly incidents. I mean, I hope I'm one of them. What, do you travel a lot? Do you travel a lot of to different countries? It's not hard not to be an asshole. I mean, I suppose so. I suppose so. I guess we're moving forward to the next topics. I guess I overestimated myself. I didn't think I can make this into a whole segment. Hello, Glitch Master. Glitch Master. I underestimated my power. Or rather, I overestimated my power. I thought I could turn this into a whole segment, but I am so disinterested that I won't. Unfortunate. As unfortunate as it is, Destiny being screamed at is not enough for me to work with. So that's that. Let me see. We have an interesting topic for today. Did you know that Poland has its own Spider-Man? Okay, when you think of Spider-Man, what are the things that you think of? What are the main things that you think of when you hear the word Spider-Man? Do you think of the webs? Do you think of the spider sense? Do you think of, I don't know, being miserable, which is actually a very Polish thing, being miserable, but I digress. Peter Parker. Well, do you know what else is very related to Spider-Man? Climbing walls. Okay? Being able to climb walls without any assistance. That is what Spider-Man is all about. Climbing tall buildings. So apparently Poland has its own Spider-Man. And I'm gonna prove it to you. I'm gonna prove it to you right now. Unfortunately, unlike the real Spider-Man, Polish Spider-Man arrested for climbing 125-meter skyscraper in Argentina with his bare hands. See, I told you. I told you I'd deliver a Polish Spider-Man. Do I ever lie to you? I hope there's a Polish J. Jonah Jameson calling him a menace. It's okay. This Spider-Man's no longer a menace. This Spider-Man got arrested. A Polish daredevil known as the Silesian Spider-Man is facing 2 years in jail after climbing up the side of a 30-story skyscraper in Buenos Aires using just his bare hands. Thrill-seeker Marcin Banot was spotted wearing a number 10 Lionel Messi football shirt while scaling the capital city's 125-meter Globant Tower without a harness or safety ropes. But after being reported by someone inside the building, over 30 firefighters, ambulances, and police rushed to the scene. Which is, totally not needlessly engaging resources that could be used for people that actually need it. I would say that Polish Spider-Man deserved to be arrested. I'm not gonna lie. As Banot reached the 25th floor, he was intercepted by firemen who then handed him over to the police. The 36-year-old has since been charged with violating the privacy of a home or commercial premises, which is punishable by 6 months or to 2 years in prison. I think there's a video. Here he is. Here he is, climbing the tall building. I actually don't remember the original Polish Spider-Man. No, I actually don't. He may also be fined after the city's Minister of Security and Justice of the city, Waldo Wolf, said, given the responsibility of this subject who is detained and at the disposal of justice, the professionalism of our brigades was essential to avoid any tragic outcome. Consequently, we will ask the Justice Department to have the offender pay the cost of the operation. I mean, this was followed by the head of the Buenos Aires government, Jorge Marci, who posted on the X platform, "We will ask the Justice Department to order him to pay for the entire operation." Banot, who has over 300,000 followers on his Instagram, has a long history of urban climbing. This has included scaling the UK's 152-meter Humber Bridge to raise money for a girl suffering from cancer. Oh, that's, see? A real hero. The Polish Spider-Man is a superhero, just like the American Spider-Man. A superhero. A 305-meter chimney in Romania, the 115-meter hotel Belia Barcelona Sky, as well as a host of abandoned factory chimneys in his home region of Silesia, which is Śląsk, which there's a whole controversy about that region and the language and many other things, which I would love to talk about, but it's not the topic of today's thing. Once asked if he was ever close to death, Banot said, "This question would require a very long answer, as it is a philosophical subject." Seriously speaking, we are close to death from the moment of our birth. We actually die every day of our lives. So this is the Polish Spider-Man, the hero that raises money for people suffering from cancer. Maybe he shouldn't have been arrested after all. Maybe this was for a great cause as well. You know what? Free Polish Spider-Man. He shouldn't pay for the operation. Firefighters should not have butted in. There we go. I've changed my stance based on the evidence. Based on the provided evidence, I have switched. This is how finicky I am. This is how brittle my, this is exactly how brittle my principles are. Maybe I should listen to Briana Wu. Maybe I should go back. Maybe I should go back to the basics. Maybe I should go back to principles. Maybe I should, listen to Briana on this one. Excellent. We've done it. We have done it. We have talked about Polish Spider-Man. Isn't that exciting? Isn't the fact that we've managed to talk about the Polish Spider-Man mighty exciting? But we got more things to talk about, don't worry. We got more things, far more things. Do you know a little country called Hungary. And I don't mean being hungry. That's a thing that has been done to death. Do you know Viktor Orban? Do you know what the stance of Hungary towards Ukraine is? Do you know what has been going on with European Union aid that has been blocked by Orban? The whole thing that European Union had to give certain things to Viktor Orban in order for him to not block that aid any longer. Viktor Orban, who very consistently blocks using frozen Russian assets in order to aid Ukraine. Viktor Orban, who I believe also is against Ukraine joining NATO. Basically, very disruptive force. Hungary has been a very disruptive force when it comes to European Union aiding Ukraine. And there has been a very new development when it comes to Hungary and when it comes to the European Union and when it comes to Ukraine, of course. A deal has been struck, a very special deal. A deal that will make Hungary not interfere with aid anymore. Can you believe it? The European Union managed to strike a deal. Or rather, NATO managed to strike a deal. A very peculiar deal. Orban promised not to hamper NATO aid to Kyiv. But now I'm waiting for you to tell me, what did Orban get in exchange? There is a but, of course. There is a but. There's always a but. And in this case, the but is... Orban promises not to hamper NATO aid to Kyiv in exchange for guaranteed non-involvement. NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg and Hungary's Prime Minister Orban came to an agreement in which Budapest will not be expected to participate in aiding Ukraine in any form. So I take it, no humanitarian aid, no military aid, no accepting Ukrainian refugees, which I assume is also counting as aid. Hungary can completely wash its hands of Ukraine. That is what I assume this deal entails. In any form. That is what it says. And those are the main forms that I can think of. Humanitarian aid, which probably would include accepting refugees, and military aid. In return for a guarantee that Hungary will not hamper efforts of other allies in the endeavor. So the deal is, Hungary, let us do our thing, and in exchange, you don't have to do anything. You can just, wash your hands of the whole affair. No. I mean, Hungary did humanitarian aid, it accepted refugees, but it did not provide nearly I believe that Hungary basically provided almost non-military aid. But remember, this says in any form. Aid in any form. So I assume this goes beyond military aid. This goes into humanitarian aid as well. The agreement was concluded during Jens Stoltenberg's visit to the Hungarian capital on Wednesday, June 12. During a joint press conference, Stoltenberg said that Hungary's prime minister made it clear that Hungary has no intention of participating in NATO coordinated military assistance for Ukraine, and I accept that decision, said the Secretary General. Hungary opposes the plans, claiming that it would bring the alliance closer to a war with Russia. No Hungarian personnel will take part in these activities, and no Hungarian funds will be used to support them. And in return, Orbán has assured Stoltenberg that Hungary will not oppose these efforts, enabling other allies to move forward. So wait, is it military aid or is it any form of aid? Because there's a difference there. There's a difference in not participating in any form of aid and just not participating in military aid. In that he was seconded by the Hungarian leader, who said that Hungary has made it clear that talks today that it does not wish to block decisions by NATO that, in his words, differ from Hungary's rational assessment of the situation, and that he received guarantees that every military action outside NATO territory based on the rules of NATO and our traditions can only be voluntary. Hungary made it clear that it cannot and does not want to change the decision of 31 member states, and we are glad that via the Secretary General of NATO, NATO acknowledged that Hungary wishes to use the full extent the room for maneuver ensured by the basic rules of NATO, said Orbán. The guarantees exclude Hungary from any military action, okay, provision of money or personnel, as well as any use of Hungarian territory to transfer assistance to Kyiv, which would in any way get Budapest involved in the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. So I guess refugees are still on the table then. NATO allies are set to discuss Stoltenberg's plan, widely seen as an effort to provide a degree of Trump-proofing ahead of the US election at a summit in Washington in July. Orbán's Hungary, EU, and NATO's enfant terrible or enfant terrible. Since the beginning of the full-scale war in Ukraine, Orbán has riled Hungary's EU and NATO partners with his close ties to Vladimir Putin and his refusal to arm Kyiv, as well as by blocking EU aid packages intended to assist the beleaguered Ukrainians. Fidesz MEPs are soft defenders of Russia and other authoritarian regimes in the European Parliament, engaging in pro-Kremlin discourse while deliberately abstaining from voting due to political and reputational risks, assessed a report by Political Capital, a Hungarian think tank. The report also pointed out that MEPs from Fidesz, Orbán's party, increasingly abstained from voting on Russia-related issues and even began to vote against resolutions condemning the Kremlin. Fidesz didn't win the recent European elections, but it was the party's poorest showing in years, and TISA, a party established by a former Orbán ally, turned stanchest critic Peter Magyar, came in second with a solid 29.5% of the vote to Fidesz's 44.9%. Orbán has long been butting heads with Brussels over accusations of corruption, infringing. Those are pretty substantiated allegations of Hungary corruptions, yes. Infringing on media freedom, which it absolutely does, it absolutely did. Independent media has been basically liquidated in Hungary, and the rule of law, as well as a plethora of various ideological issues. He also attempts to present himself and his party as advocates for peace, standing against what he presents as attempts to draw Hungary into a direct confrontation with Russia. something he previously accused Kiev, the European Union, and Budapest's NATO allies of attempting to draw Hungary into. This narrative was heavily employed by Fidesz in its campaign in the run up to recent European elections. So yeah, Hungary is corrupt. Hungary actually does sort of play fast and loose with certain human rights. It's very anti-LGBT. It actually considers LGBT people not to be true Hungarians. And also, yes, it did away with the free media. In fact, when the Law and Justice Party was in power, Poland and Hungary were those two friend countries that would sort of protect themselves against repercussions from the European Union. And now that this sort of mutual protection is gone because Law and Justice is no longer in charge in Poland, Hungary has found itself in a little bit of a more difficult situation, let's just say. Domestically, Orbán can present the guarantees received from NATO's Secretary General as a victory for himself, perhaps fearing that his continued obstinacy in relations with the EU over everything and with NATO over support of Ukraine is starting to lose its charm for the Hungarian people. Internationally, Hungary's NATO partners can breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that they are now free from Orbán's continued dogged obstructionism in all matters relating to aid in Ukraine. In that respect, Hungary's Prime Minister may perhaps congratulate himself on eating the cake of having NATO's protection, while also keeping the cake by not assisting allies in their efforts to help Ukraine. Whether the Kremlin will similarly appreciate Hungary's policy of non-involvement, now that it also no longer hampers Western aid to Ukraine, remains to be seen. That's true. That is certainly true. While on the one hand, Orbán has won because he can sort of wash his hands off of the whole Ukraine deal, he is no longer as useful to Putin because Hungary has not been giving all that much of military aid to begin with. Not really. And he just removed himself from getting in the way of Western allies. So I would say that this deal, from the perspective of the Kremlin or from the perspective of Putin, is actually pretty bad. I would not be pleased if I were in Putin's shoes. I would not be pleased with this deal with Hungary. But you know what? I'm not going to cry about it. I'm not going to cry about this deal. I much rather have Hungary out of the way, not obstructing, not getting in the way, which it has been doing for a long time, and not providing military aid that it has not been providing all that much to begin with. So I guess you could sort of categorize this as good news, wouldn't you say? We have received some good news. I'm sure this won't come to Hungary down the line when they need aid. Well, you never know what will happen. You never know. For now, this is good news for the allies, of Ukraine. We'll be able to have more flexibility to actually do what they need to do to assist. Which from my perspective is actually the most important thing. You know? So there you go. There we go. So your question has been answered. That's right, Connor. All right. Got a few more things to look at. We've got a few more things to talk about. Don't forget to like this stream. Don't forget to give me some love. Don't forget to join the page. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to give me a dono, since I will be going to Ukraine very soon. It'll be a very nice trip. It'll be a very, hopefully it will be very effective trip, at least in some regards. It'll lead to good things. All right. Oh, wow. Do you know a candidate called Robert F. Kennedy? I heard he had some problems with brain worms. I heard he had the case of literal brain worms. A worm in the brain, which would explain a lot. Explain a lot of things, especially the science denial. Let's just say he is a denialist of medical science. Let me just put it that way. And we do not appreciate that here in the slightest, especially considering my personal history. Look at this. It might be a shock to you, but Robert F. Kennedy, a presidential candidate, which that by itself shocks me that he has not dropped out yet, that he's apparently still in the race. Hello, Vodka. This guy is still in the race. That's the biggest shock to me. The brainworm guy is still in the race. That's a thing. We're gonna take a look because apparently, and it might be another shock to some, he's apparently not doing very well in the presidential race. How can that be? How can that be? He is my candidate. He is so good on so many issues, especially Ukraine. Not peddling conspiracy theories at all. How can that be? How can such a stellar candidate not be doing well? Let's find out. Why Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s current presidential polling numbers might not hold up into November. Is he in trouble? Is he not going to be the president? Is he not going to be the next president of the United States of America? Washington AP. Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has reached 15% or more in 3 approved national polls. One more and he will have met one of CNN's benchmarks to qualify for the debate June 27th with Democratic President Joe Biden and presumptive Republican nominee Donald Trump. Really? Really? Are you... is this... that is the world we're living in? And he's actually not doing all that bad? Oh gosh. Oh god. This is actually the world that we live in. But Kennedy cannot count on maintaining his current level of support as the November election nears. I mean, yeah. As the election nears, people will just rightfully figure out that it's just between Trump and Biden, and will just drop Mr. Worm like a hot potato, of course. It's a joke candidate to begin with, at least from my perspective. It is pretty common for third-party candidates to look like they have polling momentum in the months before an election, only to come up far short at the ballot box, according to an Associated Press analyst of Gallup data going back to 1980. Yeah, but he's more of a joke candidate than Trump was. Let's be honest. Like, at least Trump works a crowd. At least Trump knows sort of kind of how to work a crowd and how to create hype about himself. That is definitely not the ability of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., at least from what I've seen of him. Like, he's definitely not a charismatic person in any sense of the word. Like, does he get huge crowds? Does he get huge crowds, actually? That is not a sign that the polls about Kennedy are wrong right now. They just are not predictors of what will happen in the general election. Studies have shown that people are bad at predicting their future behavior, and voting is months away. And in a year, with two highly unpopular candidates in a rematch from 2020, voters may also use their early support for a third-party candidate to express their frustration with the major party choices. In the end, voters may support the candidate from whom they feel their vote can make a difference, or they may decide not to vote at all. Americans want a third party, in theory. The concept of a third party has been popular for a long time. A poll conducted by Gallup in 1999 found 2/3 of US adults said they favored a third politician party that would run candidates for president, Congress, and state offices against Republicans and Democrats. Well, look how that's turning out. Look how that's working out in practice. The AP analysis used Gallup data when available because Gallup has a long history of high-quality polling in the United States. About 6 in 10 U.S. adults have said in Gallup polling since 2013 that the Republican and Democratic parties do such a poor job representing the American people that a third major party is needed. In the latest Gallup polling, much of that enthusiasm is carried by independents. 75% say a third party is needed. About 6 in 10 Republicans and slightly fewer than half Democrats, 46%, say an alternative is necessary. Marjorie Hershey, a professor emeritus in the political science department at Indiana University, said Americans generally like the idea of a third party until specifics emerge, such as that party's policies and nominees. It's a symbolic notion. Do I want more choices? Well, sure. Everybody always wants more choices, more ice cream choices, more fast food choices, Hershey said. But if you start to get down to brass talks and you talk about, so would it be tacos or burgers, then that's an entirely different choice, right? Third party presidential candidates rarely get a substantial share of the vote. That hypothetical support for third party candidates often breaks down quickly. The AP analysis looked at polling for every independent and minor party presidential candidate who received at least 3% of the popular vote nationally, going back to the 1980 election. In multiple elections, including 1980, 1992, and 2016 presidential races, third party candidates hit early polling numbers that were much higher than their ultimate vote share. For instance, in polls conducted in May and June 1980, between 21% and 24% of registered voters said they would like to see independent candidate John Anderson, a veteran Republican congressman from Illinois, win when he ran for president against Republican Ronald Reagan and Democratic incumbent Jimmy Carter. Anderson went on to earn 7% of the popular vote, which not an impressive number. Not an impressive number at all. Part of the problem is that early polls often look quite different from the actual general election vote. Voters don't know what's going to happen between now and the election, said Jeffrey Jones, a senior editor at Gallup. Things are going to come up in the campaign that could change the way they think. Decades after Anderson polls conducted during the 2016 presidential campaign put support for Libertarian Party candidate Gary Johnson, a former New Mexico governor, at between 5% and 12% in polls of registered voters conducted from May to July that led some people to predict that he could do better than any third-party candidate in decades. Johnson won about 3% of the vote in that election. I mean, that's because people are just basically set in their ways, you know? They believe that they would like a third party, but they just don't believe that a third party is viable. They believe that they just waste votes and just won't work. Johnson told the AP that he believes his name should have been included in more polls, though he was in surveys used to determine eligibility for debates. He also contends that independent candidates struggle to match major party candidates in fundraising. It's money, first and foremost. People don't donate if they don't think that you have a possibility of winning. See? That's basically what I said. I just said it and then the article just parroted. It just parroted my thoughts. Johnson said, I'm not excluding myself from the same equation. Look, am I going to give money to somebody that I know is going to lose? I'd rather go on a vacation in Kauai, Johnson said in an interview while driving with his family on a trip in Hawaii. Kennedy's support may drop off as the election nears. The American electoral system makes it hard for third parties to thrive. Still, it is possible to have a significant impact without coming close to winning. Billionaire businessman Ross Perot is among the most successful modern-day examples. He won 19% of the vote when he ran for president in 1992, but that was substantially lower than his support in earlier polling. In polls conducted from May to July of that year, between 30% and 39% of registered voters said they would vote for Perat. There are already reasons to believe that at least some of Kennedy's polling support may be a mirage. The Kennedy campaign did not respond to a request for comment. A CNN poll conducted last summer when he was running for the Democratic nomination found that 2 in 10 Democrats who would consider supporting him said that their support was related to the Kennedy name or his family connections. An additional 17% said they did not know enough about him and wanted to learn more, while only 12% said it was because of support for his views and policies. So basically, a lot of people just wanted his clout, his family name. A lot of people just wanted his, I don't know, didn't know him, so wanted to get to know him. And a few actually knew who he was and what he believed in. Or believes in. He's still in the race, technically speaking. A variable that is so different from all these other people is the Kennedy name, said Barbara Perry, an expert in presidential studies at the University of Virginia's Miller Center. There's a lot of emotion around him that I would say was not there in the Anderson, Perot, Ralph, Nader, and Johnson cases. There's also some evidence that Americans are using support for Kennedy to express frustration with Biden and Trump. Hershey notes that for many people, presidential elections can feel abstract until a few weeks before it happens, so it is good to take early poll numbers with a grain of salt. Such polls don't necessarily reflect actual political issues, Hersey said. They reflect general views about life. So there you have it. This candidate is doing pretty well, I guess. Might get into a debate, but it won't last. And at the end of the day, it's all about the duel between Trump and Biden. And the joke candidate will sooner or later just drop out. That'll be it. And then the question will be who he'll divert his base to. And that is assuming he'll have some sort of a big voter base to begin with, to draw upon, to sort of send someone's way. Feel like he'll just throw money at it until the end. Well, that's his money to spend. That is his money to waste. I cannot say anything about it. It is not something that I can do anything about. Alright? Alright. There we have it. So, now you can vote with your wallets. It is now time to vote with your wallets. What do you want me to do now? Next topic or video game break? Next topic versus video game break. Maybe I'll just do another marathon stream because, you know, I need to raise money. I'm here to raise the money for the trip. And I need your help. And your help as well. But for now, vote. Video game break or more politics. We'll do that game at the end of the stream. Can do a different video game for now. Actually, write the title of the game that you want. Write the title of the game that you want. And even better, if you wanted to go to the, if you want this thing that you want me to do to be at the top list, the priority list, then attach a donation to it. See? What games do you have as options? I'm gonna give you my options. New Vegas is an option. Devil May Cry is an option. Would you play horror? Yes. Yes, I would. But you have to join the page and, you know. What horror do you have in mind? What horror game do you have in mind, Vodka? What do you have in mind? Again, if you want your choice to be made a priority, attach a donation to it. Especially since you're helping a really good cause. You don't even know. You don't even know how much of a good cause you're supporting by doing this. From the Darkness. I don't even know if I have that. I don't have that. I could play it. I could donate. So what do you say? Vote with your wallet. First and foremost. Oh, new developments on Steam. No? You want to vote with your wallet? Let me see. I can offer you Star Ocean 2. Ayuden. I can offer you Doom 2. I can offer you Devil May Cry, actually. You would have to watch the trailer from the Darkness first if you like it, though. It's not for everybody. Okay, let's watch the trailer. Why not? Let us watch the trailer for the horror game while you decide if you'd like to vote with your wallet. Oh, let us see. Okay, from the Darkness. I'll pause playing, so if you want to play something from my library, you can do that. That's true. Thank you. Okay, let's see. we think? I cannot see. It's dark. From the darkness. So what do we think? Do we like the idea of this game? If you like the idea of this game, then, you know, I don't have it, so you can... Don't, no. You know? Very short too. Well, unfortunately, all of my money is tied and I don't have it. So what else? Wait, which Devil May Cry? Now I'm torn. The first one. The very first Devil May Cry ever made. The very first Devil May Cry game ever made. Oh, my site isn't being happy. My site is no good. I'm running a no good site. YouTube chat is... No, it's not. YouTube chat is not the best chat. In fact, I should remove it from screen to incentivize people heading over to the better chat. Disagree? Well, listen, when you're using the site, at least you can support me instead of supporting the corporation. So that is a plus in my book. True genius at work. True. I am a genius when I try. When I give it my all. Huh. It's very weird. Wild Thief is really bad on mobile, unfortunately. Have you played Blood? Yes. I mean, a bit. I played it a bit. Okay, I'll go to the toilet and then I'll come back and then we'll continue. Write the name of the games that you want me to play and I'll play. And we'll see how it goes. We'll see if we can generate some hype for this stream. What is this? Nightmare card. How interesting. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Very funny. Very, very funny. I need to go to the toilet. I didn't leave a video on. The thing about Hassan is that he would leave a video running and then he'd go somewhere, okay? I didn't do that. You should apologize. You should apologize for this affront. Instead of making funny jokes, you were supposed to tell me what game I'm supposed to play. Funny, funny comedian. Oh my god. Not good. Not good at all. Okay. We're gonna... Okay, I'm playing you, Vegas. You don't deserve to have a choice. When I give you choice, it just turns into a stun lock. Like a painful, painful stun lock. What? Hold on. Okay. This is what happens when I give you choice about anything. I don't have any of these games. It's okay, we're playing in Vegas. It's been a while. Last time I played it was before going to Ukraine. So just as well. My silly actions in this game usually generate some sort of revenue. Oh. No, I still have access to your library. Yeah. Hold on, load. Oh yeah, that's... I was doing a quest. But someone said that I have to level up necessarily. Where even am I? Oh, there's a dog. Oh yeah, I was supposed to do some quest here. I forgot what it was. Why don't I have a weapon equipped? Why am I so... Oh. I was overburdened, but apparently not. Hey, what's the quest? I already forgot what I'm supposed to even do. Look for the source of the Night Stalker stealth mutation. Oh, you can see. Sorry. Always forget. Always forget. But actually showing you anything. It's okay. It's so good. I fixed the situation. I've remedied the situation.
Eat this.
Eat this. Is my dog alive? No, alive. Yes, alive. Okay. How can I see my dog's life? Damn. How can a tail be so heavy? How is a tail so heavy? Where's the map? Is there a mini map in this game actually? No? There isn't? Good to know. My pleasure. My pleasure. Although I've only slept 4 hours since God knows how long ago. yesterday. The stream is freezing. Polish internet. Polish internet for the win. Definitely not for the win. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. You're so tired. Really weird. I'll either start buffering and it'll skip ahead or fix itself, or just the video will freeze. Interesting. I saw people in other people's streams chat sort of have this complaint that the buffering thing. Oh, someone just... Sorry. What was that? Did I walk into a trap? I'm too tired to navigate a maze cave for this sort of... I don't know if maybe I... Is that quest even doable for me if I cannot open that door? Oh my gosh. What the? I'm not taking another tail. These tails are just... Okay, I'm almost dead. Hold on. Better cure myself. Iron is hip.
It was early in the morning when he rode into the town. He came riding from the south side, slowly looking all
Nuke Cola. Do I have... Oh. Do I have medical packs? Do I have medical packs?
Many men had tried to take him, and that many men were dead.
I'm fine. I'm actually fine.
And the notches on his pistol numbered 119 more. 119 more.
I'm actually all right.
Now the stranger started talking, made it plain to folks around. Was in Arizona, Ranger wouldn't be too long in town. You're mine.
Night Stalker egg. Level up! Alright, let's level up. Let's see what I can do.
But the outlaw
guns. 15 points! 15 points! Barter. Medicine. Speech. Hit 80. Okay. Well, good speaker. I'm not very balanced character. And medicine. There we go. Not very balanced. Ooh.
There was 40 feet between them when they stopped to make their play.
Purifier. Nope. Light step. Center of mass. We don't fool around with fancy trick shots. Straight to the midsection and down they go. In bats you do an additional 15% of something. Damage with attacks targeting the target. Oh. I see. I see. Adamantium skeleton. Gee.
When he tried to match the ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip.
Firepower. You have had enough of the so-called authorities pushing poor folks around you. Gain plus and stay back. Refuge. Oh. Terrifying presence. Strong back. Steering imperialist. Damn. Shotgun surgeon. Your precision with a gun is something to behold. And using shotguns, regardless of ammunition used, you ignore an additional 10 points of a target's damage threshold. Surgeon. Bloody mess. Oh. Charisma, agility. Oh. Well, I'm very intelligent now. Okay, so where is the... it dead? It is dead. It is died. It is no more. It is expired. It has met its end. Oh, plus 1 rad per second. I'm gonna have to use that anti-radiation thing sooner or later, I feel. I feel like I'm not doing a good job at finding the source of the mutation. In fact, I feel like I'm just walking in circles in this cave. Very, very bizarre. Up. Oh, I would get hurt for. Some reason I thought I would get hurt. Okay, quest. It's not telling me much. I am now getting extremely disappointed. What is this? By Horner. Second. I'm just walking in circles. I'm walking in circles. Literally. Oh. I'm not good at navigating the thing. Oh, found the door. Oh wait. I exited. I left. You know what? I don't care. I'm going to the thing. Where's the place where I'm supposed to be? Hold on. Just gonna continue the story.
Thank you for visiting New Vegas.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Hiding a gun, not to shoot anybody by mistake. It's gonna be fine. Where am I supposed to go again? Back. Now I maybe remember where I'm supposed to go. Have I been here before? Who are you? The hell are you?
Good to see a friend of our government.
True, as always, NCR. The best group ever in the history of the universe.
Beats being on patrol.
True. Sort of, kind of, maybe. I'm not supposed to be here.
Just lost a month's caps.
Hey Lucy, why you love NCR so much? It's a secret. Why do you love... Wait, Lucy, why do you love the NCR so much? And where is the... I swear. I forgot where I'm supposed to... I'm lost. I know where I'm supposed to go meet that guy. But I have no clue where his building is anymore. Because I got lost. Somewhere where that robot is. Not that robot, that other robot. That's cowboy robot. Oh, here. There we go. Let's go. Let's go meet him. Meet him up.
Well, howdy, partner. Good to see you again. Boss is waiting for you upstairs, so get a move on.
Sure. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Victor.
I see you brought some friends. Sorry, partner, but they're gonna have to stay outside.
Even the dog. No problem. I'll head up by myself.
Come back soon now.
Be advised, visitors will be held responsible for the behavior of any robots accompanying them.
Huh. What do you know? Is there anything here? I forgot you could jump in this game. Totally forgot you could jump in this game. Oh. Ravaging this place is not considered stealing. What a refreshing thing. You can take everything. And I won't even be accused of stealing. Oh. It's all mine for the taking. Message will be delivered to all current companions, wherever they happen to be, that they are to return home. Okay, I've dismissed them, so what now?
Where to, partner? Penthouse floor.
Well, hello, Sugar. Mr. House is waiting for you in his office.
Who are you?
I'm Jane, one of Mr. House's girls. We keep him entertained. We don't get many guests lately. Perhaps we can entertain you as well.
Is Mr. House a robot? How can you tell me about New Vegas?
Oh, there's lots of things to tell, I'm sure. There's the 3 families, the casinos, the other attractions. What would you like to know?
Everything. Tell me about the 3 families.
They're just new money, Sugar. They might pretend they're sophisticated, but between you and me, they're not far off from tribals. Emeritus especially are just awful brutes. The chairman and the White Glove Society at least pretend to have some culture.
Okay, tell me about the casinos.
Well, of course, there used to be a lot more of them. But these days, there are 3 open to the public. The Tops, the
Bottoms,
and Gomorrah.
Oh.
And the Lucky 38, of course. But we're not open to the public. You're a special case, Sugar.
Damn. Tell me about the other attractions then.
Well, let's see. The NCR has an embassy here, but why you'd want to go talk to a bunch of boring old politicians, I surely
Well, if they're
don't
the
know.
Tops, then they have to be the
And
bottoms,
the
no?
Vault 21 Hotel
It
and
just
Gift
makes
Shop
sense.
has an adorable collection of old Vault Tech
I
memorabilia.
deserve
And
representation
I
in
suppose if you
gaming.
like neon signs, you might check out Michelangelo's sign shop.
Why just the Tops?
Anything you like, Sugar.
And really about Mr. House.
Why, Sugar? He's the maximum utmost. If it weren't for Mr. House, we wouldn't have this fabulous wonderland of New Vegas, would we?
I don't know. Maybe we would. Maybe we wouldn't. I have no way to tell. Sounds like you're pretty fond of him.
Well, of course I am, silly. Mr. House is just the smartest, most wonderful man there ever was.
I see.
Why, did you know he single-handedly reclaimed New Vegas from all those nasty tribes that used to live here? Well, he single-handedly sent in his Securitrons to do it. That counts in my book.
Does it? Does it really count? I didn't realize robots could have such strong feelings about people.
Sugar, I may be a robot on the outside, but on the inside, my neurocomputational matrix is an exact copy of Mr. House's favorite girl.
So you're a copy of a dead woman. What exactly do you do for Mr. House?
Mr. House has a lot of needs, Sugar. I take care of all of them, and a lady doesn't kiss and tell.
Whew. I know, right? I really don't want to think about that.
Then maybe you shouldn't pry into a lady's particulars. Hmm?
Let's talk about something else.
Anything you like, sugar.
What is this place?
This is the Lucky 38 Resort and Casino, or it used to be. Mr. House has kept the place locked up tight for ages now. Nobody comes in or out.
True, Red Ruse. Welcome back, by the way. What kind of robots are you?
Why, I'm a Robco PDQ 88B Mark I Securitron, you silly goose. We're the finest in personal civil robotic security on the market.
What market? Oh, it's what market? There's no market. Market. That's funny. What is the snow globe collection?
Not many people know this, but Mr. House is one of the world's biggest collectors of antique snow globes. If you happen to find any out in the wasteland, you can bring them to me, and I'll add them to his collection.
Oh.
You'll get a reward, of course. In fact, one of Mr. House's favorites went missing when we moved the collection.
Oh.
If you have a look around the Lucky 38, you might even find it.
Oh. Well. That's it. Goodbye. Wait, the silent treatment. Oh. Who are you? The hell are you? Pre-war money. Is this Mr. House?
This meeting has been a long time coming, hasn't it? You've come a long ways, literally, and I suspect figuratively as well. I have to ask, now that you've reached your destination, what do you make of what you see?
I've never seen anything like this place. Oh wow.
Of course you haven't. Vegas always was one of a kind. What you see down on the strip is just a fraction of the city's former glory, and yet, more than an echo. I preserved its spirit. Or perhaps you were referring to the Lucky 38? The years haven't been kind to her, but still she manages to impress.
Why the VIP treatment? I'm just a courier.
Oh, don't be coy. You've been playing a high-stakes game ever since Victor dug you out of the ground. Don't be afraid to admit it.
Okay, let's get to business then.
The business is this. One of my employees has stolen an item of extraordinary value from me, and I want it recovered. Simple enough.
What do you propose? I'd like to ask some questions.
What did you wish to know?
What terms are you offering?
My only concern is the recovery of the platinum chip. What happens to Benny, I leave to your discretion. When you bring the chip to me, I will pay you 4 times the delivery bonus stipulated in your contract. How's that?
It's a good start, but will below the market price.
Very well. 5 times the bonus. Not 1 cap more.
Wow.
Well enough. Return to me when you have the platinum chip in your possession. Any final matters for us to discuss?
I guess. Yes, I have some questions I want to ask.
What else did you want to know?
How do I get to Benny?
It won't be easy. Benny is always surrounded by at least 4 bodyguards, except when he's in his private suite on the 13th floor of the Tops.
The chairman are your employees, don't they take orders?
It's more complicated than that. The chairmen share what you might call a tribal affinity. Look for a man named Swank, Benny's second-in-command. He's always been a reliable, if unimaginative, employee. Do your best to convince him that you're working under my auspices. If you have evidence of Benny's crimes, show it to him.
Why can't you be the one to tell Swank? We're playing New Vegas. Welcome back.
By contract, Securitrons are to enter the casinos only when invited by the 3 families, or if other extraordinary circumstances arise. The moment I send one into the Tops, Benny will know I'm on to him.
So I want to take a diplomatic approach.
If you were to approach Benny in public, you might be able to leverage his fear of exposure to make him agree to meet with you in private. Sneaking into Benny's suite on the 13th floor would be very difficult, but not impossible. There might be guards. Certainly there'd be a sturdy lock on his front door.
Which I'm not good at lockpicking, so... Let's talk about something
What
else.
else did you want to know?
Tell me about Benny.
Benny has led the chairman ever since I recruited his tribe 7 years ago. Until his recent misbehavior, I planned to make him my protege. Maybe if I'd begun grooming him sooner, none of this would have happened.
What would you have for a protege?
To achieve my aims, I require a capable human agent to perform certain tasks. I knew Benny was ambitious, even ruthless, but I believed he would do the job so long as he was incentivized appropriately. Obviously, I miscalculated his drive for supremacy, but in any case, you've come along, a more than suitable replacement.
Hello, fake Alec Cole Parker. What do you mean electric flute exists? Also, this is the perfect opportunity for me to say that I'll be going back. I'll be going back to Ukraine soon. So, you know, if you wish to support your favorite streamer, which is me, most definitely if you're watching me, then, you know, throw a donation my way. It will not be wasted. It'll go for a very good cause. I can assure that. I can even promise that. Why did Benny betray you?
I have to think that he found out about the platinum chip and mistakenly convinced himself that he could use it to his own ends. One of the problems of a tribal workforce, I'm afraid. No intuitive understanding of how complex technologies can be.
Why didn't you intervene sooner? Why didn't you intervene sooner when Benny ambushed me?
Why didn't Victor intervene sooner, you mean? Good Springs is a bit too far away for me to reliably control a Securitron agent by remote. I can send and receive packets of data at best. Victor's combat algorithms determine the proper course of action. Benny and his thugs were more than a match for a lone Securitron. When he alerted me, I instructed him to approach the site after Benny and the others had departed.
Damn.
What else did you want to know?
What is the platinum chip?
It's a very special item. There's nothing else like it in the entire world. It was lost a long time and difficult to find. That's all you need to know about it for this stage of our enterprise. Fulfill your contract, deliver the chip, and good things will come your way.
The more I know about the chip, the easier I can find it.
You might keep an eye out for any computers that Benny's been using. Maybe even a computer lab of some sort.
If the chip's so valuable, why use a single courier to transport it?
You realize you were just one of many couriers. The rest of them, dummies, so to speak. Add to that many thousands of caps worth of mercenary protection to screen your avenue of approach. Had I used an armed caravan to transport the chip, I might as well have been announcing to the world, this is important, attack this. I didn't want to attract the attention of groups like the Great Khans or the Brotherhood of Steel. Alas, the real threat was closer to home.
Why don't you send your robots into the tops to arrest Benny? True.
Frontal assaults on casinos, not good for business. In any case, Benny would see it coming, and all he'd have to do is hold the chip up and point a pistol at it. Our foremost advantage is that Benny doesn't know that I know he has the chip. Let's not squander it.
I have a right to know more.
That's simply not true. I am the only person to hold any rights pertaining to the chip. I designed it, and I paid for it, dearly. To develop that chip, I spent a sum of US dollars. Not the bottle caps that pass as currency these days, but a sum beyond counting. For decades, I paid salvagers to comb the ruins for it. And when it was finally discovered, tens of thousands of caps spent to have it brought here. We know how that turned out. Complete your contract, and it will be the last time I pay for the chip. Save your questions for then.
Let's talk about something else.
What else did you want to know?
Who exactly are you, Mr. House?
I am Robert Edwin House, President, CEO, and sole proprietor of the new Vegas Strip. I oversaw the city's renovations starting from 2274 onward. The three families are my employees. Before the Great War of 2077, I was the founder, president, and CEO of Robco Industries, a vast computer and robotics corporation.
You appear to be a computer, not a man.
Don't let the video screens and computer terminals fool you. I'm flesh and blood, not silicone. I see you've made a study of the topic. My knowledge of the science of longevity would fill several textbooks. Perhaps after a decade or two of economic reconstruction, I could commercialize these technologies and offer them to others, such as yourself.
Have you stayed alive all this time?
Let's just say it was very costly. But I was willing to make the sacrifices longevity entailed, financial and otherwise.
How did you establish New Vegas?
We can discuss this in greater detail at another time. Suffice it to say that when my Securitrons detected NCR scouts at Hoover Dam, I took action. I recruited a tribal force to supplement my Securitrons and renovated the Strip just in time to welcome the NCR as it marched into the region. Instead of war, a treaty was negotiated, and the money started to pour in. What else?
Tell me about the faction swaying for New Vegas.
It's understandable that you'd be curious about this topic, but we'll hold off until the platinum chip has been recovered. What else did you want to know?
Bye-bye.
Well enough. Be on your way.
Well, I guess that's it. I guess we have a little bit of a choice now. I can either go to sleep because we've been streaming for 5 hours, which is a decent amount of hours to stream, or you can tell me to continue. You have a choice. Even though I usually regret giving viewers any choice because the viewers are very indecisive. The viewers are an indecisive bunch, but I'll trust you. I'll trust you, and I'll ask you if you want me to continue or go to sleep. Go to bed, straight to bed. Get your beauty sleep. Okay. I guess I'll see you tomorrow, which is today again. I'll see you. And then we'll see. I guess I press end stream and I'll see you, okay? Bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Good night or good morning. I'll try to sleep a few hours.